Heaven help me. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good, I hope. I've been like stuck on lemon because basically I didn't know that lemon juice went bad, so I squeezed a lot of lemons into ice trays and made a bunch of like lemon juice ice cubes so that it wouldn't go bad. And now instead of having my normal fruit smoothie, I've just been making like a wild amount of lemon ices. I have lemon ices all the time. I don't know if you can like, I don't know what happens if you consume too much lemon, but if anything does happen, I'm almost there. Okay. Hope everybody had a good week. Oh, you can't hear me? Hold on. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, I'm echoing. That's what's happening. Oh. Yeah, I know what's happening. Wow. Okay, is it still happening? It shouldn't be. I didn't realize I had Fruity Loops open already, guys. I was working on music last night, and I never turned Fruity Loops off. Okay. Let's try that again. All right, good morning. Good morning. Today we're going to be working on newer things, developing and filling in some holes in some older tracks as well. And I'm probably at some point going to end up opening up Dropout. Yeah. I know I open it every stream. I like that song. Sorry. I just really like that song. I'm also going to be working on Me Mine a little bit, which is that key lime backwards track that I had started. Oh. Yeah, I did get the rights to this track back, the track that you were listening to before the stream started. Cool. This is good for a wake up, though. I feel alive right now. I feel like at 100%, and I think it has a little something to do with the lemon juice. I think it's the lemon juice that's doing it. So, thanks. Uncover all of my gear first really quick. I got the Futurama theme stuck in my head. To anybody who's new to the stream, this thing over here, this is an Akai Fire. It's a FL Studio exclusive drum machine. I'm sorry, not drum machine, drum sequencer. Those things are different. Don't get them confused. This over here, hold on. Yoink. This thing over here is a Korg. It's a micro Korg S. You can't see the top of it, or the top part of it. I'm focusing on this keyboard down here, so this one's cut off a little bit. I usually use this one for vocoding, and recently I've been making some patches in that because that is, again, the only analog synthesizer that I own. And this bottom one is the keyboard I probably use the most in the production streams, and this is a Yamaha MX61. Let me go ahead and power these things on. Okay, all right. Now let's get into FL Studio. So I already do have a project open right now in FL Studio. I don't remember when I started this one. It's pretty old though. do also want to remind anybody that's in the stream, if you ever have any questions or want me to break down something, or want me to show you something, the beginning, like the first 15-ish minutes of the stream is the best time to do that. It's the best time to ask those questions before I get like stuck in some type of creative pothole. So now would be that time. Do you still make smoothies every morning? Yeah, Bryce. Yes. Yes, Bryce, I do. Hentai Coffee, thanks for making the trip over. I appreciate you for doing that. For those of you guys that don't know, Hentai Coffee is usually in my Instagram stream. So I did a quick Instagram stream this morning to tell people that there was a YouTube stream happening. It's not a lemon ice cream, Easy Door. It's lemon ice. It's just blended lemon juice and ice and simple syrup. And I usually put some watermelon in it too, but I was in a hurry this morning. I'm working at a juice bar, so I'm learning about the fruits and veggies. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, Hentai Coffee. Cyber says, Omni, did you ever get back on Fall Guys? I ended up falling asleep around midnight. I'm going to get on today. Cyber. Sorry, I had a really weird night last night, guys. There's these two cats. This is not what this stream's about, but there's these two cats. They're really going at it every night now. But they specifically do it between from 10:30 p.m. to about 3 a.m. It's just screaming. It's like not meowing. I don't know if there's a word for the sound that these cats are making, but it's just that all the time. It's that all the time, guys. Thank you also, Bryce, for coming into the stream. Thank you, everybody, for making it over to the stream. We're 9 people strong. I want to remind you guys to like this. Oh, Mercedes. Mercedes made it over. We all miss Mercedes over here. Mercedes is one of the few people from the stream team that I've actually met in person. It's a little bit of trivia on Mercedes. I hope you're doing okay, by the way, Mercedes. Okay, I'm not gonna break down this song because I did break down this song in the Instagram stream. I'm still pausing a little bit to allow anybody that has any questions. Or anything they want to see broken down to do their thing, to go ahead and get those questions out of the way before I get into producer mode. What song is this, S. Dar? Dar, this song, I mean, technically it doesn't have a name. It's called Forget About Me. That's what the file name is called, just because I needed some words to throw in to name it. But this was an exercise from a while ago, like an early production stream. I made before I had like OBS and everything set up, when I was still doing it on my phone, I made this song. Do I have VODs for my streams? What? What's a VOD? Hold on, because I'm doing great, Dexter. How are you doing? I agree, Mercedes. We'll hang out again. Hold on, I'm doing something for Easy Dora. Oops. This is for Isidora, who wanted the lemon ice recipe. It's just simple syrup. Okay. Very chill. Okay, I don't see any production questions, so I'm going to break into. Hold on, let me see if it's in my recent searches. I'm just gonna make work on something new. I do have this this like swingy drum pattern that I made a while ago. It's not swingy, sorry. It's like house, but it has a It's like house, but it has a little bit of like a swing hi-hat on it. And I did record some music under it. I recorded this. Okay. So that's what's already on this song. The thing is, I love this bass sound. Not necessarily the notes, but I just like that bass patch. But we're going to table all of this, and when I say table, I mean erase. And I'm gonna mess around with something else. Hold on. Oh, that's actually good, Isidore. I wanted that. I've been doing that because I feel like the music is more important than my voice. So I've been trying to figure out a way to make the music take priority over my voice. Sorry if it makes it difficult. I can just pause the music every time I want to talk. It'll break the groove, but I mean it'll make me more understood, I suppose. Remember to say, hey, if I'm on YouTube, will this message show up on screen? Well, I can see it, so. I can see the message. Yes? Are you on YouTube? I don't know where you are, but I can see you. Isadora says, when you play the music. Oh, yeah, I read that. Why don't you name the song Lemon Ice? This song? I like the way you think. Dar. Very topical. Yeah, I'll name it Lemon Ice. I'm going to finish this, though, really quick first. Interesting. Hentai Coffee asks, what are some of your go-to keyboard exercises, your favorite way of warming up? I don't do warm-ups, Hentai. I just stream. Usually if you're looking at me streaming in the morning, that's the first time that I touch the piano. So I guess improv is... I don't really have any go-to... I guess playing my songs is the best way to say that. Playing my songs that I've written is the only way I warm up. I don't know if it's the best way, but it's the only exercise I have that I regularly use. Can you make a bass sound from scratch? I really want to know how to bass. Oh, that could be interesting, Umbe. But when you say make a bass sound from scratch, are you just talking about from a sine wave? Because scratch is relative, right? You're talking about from a sine wave? Oh crap, Ramirez is new. Ramirez, welcome, by the way. I didn't realize you were new. I thought maybe you were somebody that was on the stream for a while and this was just the first time you asked a question. So welcome to the stream. And also don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Ramirez. Pretend that they're not there. Alpha says, what's up, guys? I think you're friends with Alex. I don't, who's Alex? Are you talking to me? But Umbe, yeah, did you mean make like a bass sound from a sine wave? Is that what you wanted? I thought for a second, I assume sine wave was for me. Yeah, it's for you, but sure, whatever sound works. Yeah, because I mean, bass sound is relative, right? Any sound that's lower on the registry can be a bass sound. Sometimes I just use a sine wave as a bass, but I'm just gonna make a test. I'm gonna make a test chord progression, and then I will use subtractive synthesis to make a bass from a sine wave. How about that? How about that? Hold on, just gonna zoom in here. I still have the I always forget what it's called. It's like the compensation for latency compensation. So I have to slide everything because it actually scoots it earlier than what I played it. Oh wait. Oh, it didn't this time. My bad. Okay. So now we have a keyboard line. I'm just gonna zoom out really quick because that was what I like to call good enough. And so we're going to take that and we're going to loop it. Hold on. I can't see the chat. Oh, that was bad. Here we go. Guys, I feel live today. This is weird. That's good to hear, Umbe. I'm glad to know I'm in good company with my my clap choices that I'm making here. Hold on. This is gonna bother me, so I'm gonna do a little bit of slicing and dicing. Chicken from Tyson. There we go. Now, okay. Yeah, let's make the base now. I'm going to hold on. Since I'm not making the base over here, the reason I'm choosing not to make the base over here is because if I make the base Umbe, I'm going to be making it on this microcord up here. And you can't really see a lot of the knobs there because the camera is right now anchored to my drum machine or my drum sequencer, so it's going to be hard for you to see everything that I'm doing over there. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Yamaha reface over here. So this keyboard, you can't see it really well because of the angle. It's not the most visible, but you can kind of see it. You can kind of see the keys up here. The point is, sorry about that. You can't really see it, but that's not the point because I'm not going to be making the bass over here. What I'm going to use is 3xOSC, which is the free, most simple synthesizer in FL Studio. It comes free with FL Studio. And the reason that I'm going to be using 3xOSC to make this bass sound is because not only is it like it's like a very user-friendly, easy synthesizer. Because I know that this is for, this question is something you asked. This is really for you. But for somebody else maybe that doesn't know a lot about synthesis, this could be fun to see this having very little to no information about what a synthesizer looks like. So I'm going to do this as if I'm talking to people that don't know what music is. So this is a synthesizer, guys. I'm going to go a little fast so as not to patronize anybody, but I think that it could be good if I go over it from scratch. Pause really quick. Ramirez says they loved my Signals album. Thank you, Ramirez. That was your first music I listened to. I'm loving the stream, bro. Thank you, Ramirez. I'll play a Signal song for you later if you want. If you have one from the EP that you particularly like more than the others. Hold on a second. Alpha's asking how I'm doing. I'm doing okay, Alpha, and for breakfast I had lemons. I've started using 3xOSC more now. Lovely plugin. Can't believe I wasn't using it before. Yeah, Umbe. People need to use it more. Or they don't. Who cares? Teach their own. So this is a synthesizer, guys. And a synthesizer, all it really means is a sound shaper. Think of the word synthesis as sound shaping. And so the initial sound that most subtractive synthesizers start off at, ignore the word subtractive. I'm not going to explain that. But this type of synthesizer usually starts off with a sound wave, which means if I hit the keyboard, you will hear a sine wave. of a sine wave, I mean, we hear sine waves a lot in the world. The dial tone is maybe the most common, possibly, form of the sine wave that people will be familiar with. I don't know. Oh, that's not it. It's deeper than that, right? I actually don't know what the note is for the dial tone, but you get what I'm saying. So that's a sine wave. Now, this synth particular is called a 3x osc. 3x we know means 3 times or triple. And osc is short for oscillator. An oscillator is something that is going to be vibrating sound. Something that oscillates is something that is changing between 2 positions, right? We could actually think, oh no, that's not good. Let's not do that. What's a good... Oh, like an oscillating fan. You guys know the oscillating fans? You know, they'll turn from one position to another. They can kind of like cover airflow in the entire room. Maybe they have like a 45-degree or even a 90-degree angle that they're oscillating from. Think of an oscillator as that. Except instead of moving from point A to point B of a fan position, it's moving from point A to point B as far as where the wave is, the sound wave. Hello, Josh. Good morning and welcome to the stream. So, there are 3 oscillators here. And that's what these 3 knobs are. You can kind of see like 3 levels of knobs. The top level, the second level, and the third level. Those are the 3 oscillators. I'm gonna start... I was crawling, and now I'm going to start walking a little bit, so just bear with me. So you can set the 3 oscillators to 3 different octaves, or make them hit 3 different notes. This is what gives the 3x osc like a rich sound. Because if you have just one oscillator, like if I turn them down and I hit a note, it does this. But if I turn up another oscillator, you hear this. Hear that note that's a little bit deeper? Now there's 2 notes, and if I turn up the third oscillator, you have 3 notes. It's even deeper than the second one. So the really cool thing about oscillators, or having 3 oscillators, is you can make them even be different wave shapes. So this is a sine wave. We talked about that. It's like a dial tone. Also an amber alert. Is that one? Ew, so ugly. Anyways, it's an amber alert. But you don't have to use a sine wave. There's a lot of different wave shapes. There's a sine wave, there's a triangle wave, there's a square wave. Square wave. There's a saw wave. But square waves pretty popular in like chiptune. So if I play like any chord progression, it'll sound chiptuney or like Game Boy video game-esque if I play with a square wave. I did that a lot when I was making chiptune. For example, if I even take a song like Ramirez was talking about, Winter Heart, if I play Winter Heart on the piano, you're getting that sound. Oh, sorry. I forgot it's plugged in. There you go. If I play Winter Heart on the piano, you're getting that sound. If I play Winter Heart on the square wave, kind of has a like video game sound. That's just it's used a lot in video games, so it ends up having a video game sound, but it's not necessarily owned by video game synthesis or video game soundtracks. It's a pretty old waveform, right? Oh. And so now I'm going to start building or synthesizing a bass sound, just a bass patch for this this particular song. And this is for Umbe. So I'm gonna, instead of hitting this keyboard all the time, I'm just gonna hit my computer keyboard just for a quick getting like a quick feedback so I can hear what the sound sounds like. So I'm gonna start with a sine wave, going to start with a saw wave, and then I'm going to have a second oscillator under it. We're going to start with that. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I'm going to mess around with the volume envelope. So this thing here is a volume envelope. Oh, really quick to explain an envelope. It's like explaining the narrative of me hitting a key. So that's what the key sounds like right now. But if I add a envelope, you're looking at this line here. You see how the line's going up? This is the attack. That's called the attack of the sound. If the attack is going up like this, you're going to hear the sound come in. Instead of just immediately starting, you'll hear it do this. Kind of slides in the attack. So, and then these notes over here, I mean, attack, decay, sustain, release is like a common, this is really common vocabulary for synthesizers. I'm not going to define each and every point of it right now, just in the interest of time. But think of this little mountain as being indicative of the way the sound is, because if I have it with this slight incline, the sound comes in gradually. If I make that incline even more shallow, then it comes in slower. Right? Now, if I make that incline super steep, it'll come in fast. If I make that incline not exist at all, it comes in immediately. Now, the fade out, if I make that fade out really long, it'll trail off without me pressing anything, right? It's just kind of a slow decay or release. If I make it so that it ends immediately, you know, I take off that little tail right there. It stops as soon as I lift up my finger, it stops. So think of it as just, you know, you're shaping the behavior of just kind of one key press. Not necessarily the sound shape or timbre, just the behavior of the sound. So I'm going to keep it like that for a little while. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on something called mono, which makes it so you can only hit one key at a time. So right now I can hit a whole chord. But if I turn on mono, each note will interrupt the note before it. It's a smart thing to do if you're making a bass sound or a bass patch, because when I play live, sometimes I will hit two notes at the same time on accident. And with a bass, you're not meaning to hit chords or harmonies. Not typically anyway, so I want to cut out that possibility at all. You know, altogether, I don't want to hit any chords. Ramirez says, Omni, did you study music in college, or are you fully self-taught? I'm going to be in college in a couple years, just curious. Ramirez, I dropped out of college, and when I dropped out, I was not taking any music courses. I did not study music in college. I'm self-taught. But that's cool that you're considering it. That'd be kind of cool. Okay. So this is what our bass sounds like so far. I'm going to put I'm going to go over here to pitch really quick and do this is some really subtle stuff. I'm going to put on a pitch modulation. So a pitch modulation is going to make it so that the sound wiggles, for lack of a more lay person friendly term, like makes the sound wiggle. So if I put the amount up a lot, see how this is a straight line? Oh, I almost pointed to it. See this line right here? See how it's straight? If I turn the amount up, you'll see a wiggle in it. And the more I turn the amount up, the steeper and wilder that wiggle will get. And so to demonstrate what that sounds like, this is what it sounds like when it's straight. This is what it sounds like with a mild wiggle. This is what it sounds like with an extreme wiggle. And see how it's wiggling really slow? We hate that. We don't like the slow wiggle. So I can go over here to speed, and I can actually make those humps, or those little wiggly lines, I can make them more condensed, compress them together, and that'll make the wiggle faster. Right? Now, obviously, I don't want it to be that extreme. I was just doing that for, you know, to show you guys what a pitch modulation sounds like. So let's turn it back down to it being really subtle, right? And then you get more of a sound like that. Mess with that a little bit. Mess with the amount. And then you can play bass lines like that. So hold on really quickly. I'm going to start messing around with it underneath this keyboard solo. I mean, this keyboard chord progression. Thanks, Josh. What a sweet thing to say. Holy crap. I was actually just thinking about going on a picnic the other day. Dope. Okay. Now... So what I just did was I added in a third oscillator. The third oscillator is actually hitting a sine wave, and it's hitting it an octave above the subsaw. I know maybe what I just said sounded like nonsense, but basically now I have three oscillators. One is hitting a saw wave, like that buzzy sound, and the other two are just hitting sines, and it gives it more of like a richer subtone. Okay. Now I'm gonna mess with this. I'm gonna mess with the mod X, the cut of it. Now, cutoff frequencies. Let's talk about filtering and cutoff. You can cut off different frequencies of a sound, and when I say cutting off, that doesn't mean that you're silencing the sound. You are just silencing specific frequencies of the sound. Like we all know that high frequencies, well. Some of us know this. High frequencies don't travel as far as low frequencies do. And the reason for this is a lot easier to interfere with a high frequency than it is a low frequency. Think of it as high-pitched sounds and low-pitched sounds, right? If you are in the room, if your neighbors are playing a lot of music, typically you can't hear the higher frequencies, so you can't hear hi-hats. You can't hear vocals all the time. But what you can hear is the kick, and you can hear the bass, and that's because these are low frequencies. Low frequencies are really good at traveling through sounds because the way sound... Guys, if I'm boring you guys, just please let me know. I'll stop this. This is fun for me, but I can see how this could be very boring. The way sound moves is by vibrating things. That's how sound is able to exist. If nothing's moving, you can't hear anything. The whole idea of sound waves is because it's vibrating the air. If there's no air, you can't hear anything, which is why there's no sound in space. There's not a lot to vibrate out there. So, that being said, low frequencies can shake things very, very easily. Think of an earthquake, right? An earthquake is shaking and it's a very, very low frequency. High frequencies don't shake things as easily. Like you wouldn't hear somebody playing like a if somebody was playing a song in their car with like their sound system and the song just was like somebody playing wind chimes in a triangle, you wouldn't hear the car shaking. But when somebody drives by and they're playing a really bass heavy song, the entire car shakes. That's just because low frequencies are able to pass through the car. They can move the car in order to pass through it. High frequencies can't really move things in order to pass through them. So, I said all of that to say, like all of that rubbish was talking about cutting off frequencies. So if you cut off the high frequencies of something, the low frequencies will still be able to pass through, and you'll get like a lot of those sub frequencies. That's why people have those big car systems, right? They want to be able to feel the bass. But the bass is the only thing you're going to be able to feel. You can't really feel a falsetto note performed by, I don't know, Steve Martin. Chris Martin. Oh my God. That's actually not the first time I've done that. Okay, anyway, so I'm going to talk about cutting off right now. I'm going to do some quick cutoff for this bass. So if I'm playing the bass, let me play it over here, it's deeper. I'm playing it over there, and I cut off the high frequencies, you can still hear it a little bit, but the high frequencies is where that buzz is coming from, right? Because when I bring back in the high frequency, you can hear the buzz. So what a lot of times I'll do to give a bass patch character is I will automate that, but not automate it in the traditional sense where I'm going to be changing it throughout the course of the track. I will automate it in an envelope so it's changing throughout the course of one note. So let me mess with that really quickly. Let me change my amount over here. Ooh, I like that. Let me bring that back. So that's giving it a little bit more character in each note, how it kind of fades out like that. But what I'm fading out isn't the entire sound. What I'm fading out gradually is, oh yeah, sick, that cutoff. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Woo! Where were you? Basically what I'm trying to do, guys, sorry, I'm not explaining what I'm doing while I'm working. Basically what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to alter the cutoff in the beginning of the envelope, which I know doesn't make a lot of sense. But once I have it, I'll reverse engineer and explain what exactly I did. There we go. So what I was just doing was I was trying to get a very specific, I'll play it without it and with it. I was messing with the envelope for my cutoff so that the high frequencies are being automated in, guys. So if I play it without that envelope, you're getting a lot of low end. The low end, it sounds kind of cut off. That it's not kind of sounds like it's being covered, like somebody has. And that's, it sounds like it's being covered. If you can hear the difference between my voice here and my voice here, it's not necessarily that my voice is any quieter. It's very important. What's happening is I'm cutting off some of the high frequencies from my voice because, like I talked about earlier, low frequencies can vibrate things around them. If you speak with your hand in front of your mouth, you can still feel your hand kind of shaking, almost vibrating, vibrating from the sound of your hand. Now, some of this, granted, is just the air coming from your mouth, but most of this is from the low frequency of your voice. If you have a voice that has lower frequencies, kind of like deeper tones in it, you'll feel it vibrating your hand a little bit more. Now, if you did the same thing with maybe you had like a gerbil or or a sparrow in your hand and that thing was tweeting at your hand, you're not really going to feel the vibrations because that's a higher frequency. This is a frequency cutoff, cutting off low frequencies, not volume. Very important, not volume. The sound is not quieter. You're just not getting the full frequency range of the sound. So if I play this bass note, that's a lot of low frequencies. What I've done is I've cut off the high frequencies, just like putting a hand in front of a mouth. Now what I'm doing now to the bass, which is really, really weird and minuscule and also very quick, is I am removing the cutoff with each note really quickly, and it gives it kind of this wah sound. Wah. Wah, wah, wah. Think of it like a duck quacking. If you are humming, the reason that the sound is beating a dead horse here. If you're humming, the reason that the sound is traveling from inside your mouth to outside your mouth is because it's vibrating. It's vibrating your lips, your cheeks. It's vibrating your face. The sound is coming out that way. There is no actual open path to vibrate the air. It's vibrating your lips, your cheeks, and then the air around it. It's a weird concept, but you guys are with me. I feel you. You're with me. But if you do it really, really quick, you can get a lot of stranger sounds like a duck quacking. These are sounds that we can recreate with our own mouths. But for the sake of this demonstration, I'm just using a cutoff envelope. If you listen really closely, you can hear how it starts off with the low end frequencies and then the high end frequencies come in really quickly. I can use the attack to demonstrate how this is happening on a slower on a longer period over a longer period of time. Here it's gradually opening. All I'm doing is I'm just doing that very quickly. Hold on, let me get rid of this for a second just to help my point. Very gradual, quicker. That can be good for bass character if you're trying to build a bass sound. Cool. Okay, so this is it so far as I want to say macro sound design. There's going to be a lot of micro things probably happening to this, especially if this would be a song that I would keep. There's going to be a lot of like fine tuning, but let's get into a little bit of post-synthesis. Post-synthesis is usually effects change stuff. So let me quickly apply this to an effects slot. Let's call it bass. Let's call it bass. Yeah? Where is anyway? This was all for I hope is in here somewhere. Anyways, I'm calling it bass. Let me put a color on here. Make it blue. I don't know what bass favorite color is. And now that we have it in an effects channel, bass is fun when compressed. I'm gonna add a compressor to it. Compressor is just going to think of it as like crunching the sound to make it louder. I've come up with so many colorful, some successful and failed analogies for what a compressor is. Like if you think of like an compressed air, when you're spraying the when you're spraying the air out of compressed air, it's compressed and it's shooting out really fast. It can be very powerful if you're trying to like clean out a computer or something like that. A lot more powerful than a fan. Think about a fan as being uncompressed air and compressed air as being compressed air. You know, if you point and aim a fan, like an oscillating fan at a computer, it's not going to blow that much dust off of it. But if you get a compressed air thing, it's really going to get in there and clean out everything. If you think about a bass, the bass sound I just created as a fan, and you think of it compressed as compressed air. Let me actually, I don't want to use Fruity Compressor. I'm going to use Soundgodizer. There's a really, really bad compressor. Oh, let me not say bad. There's a really funny compressor in Fruity Loops called a Soundgodizer, which compresses sound. So here's it without a compressor. And here's it with the sound compressor. See, it just kind of makes it sound a little fatter, more powerful. There's even a one knob on here I could turn up. It just makes it a little bit louder. That's all we're doing as far as the compression. Do I want to save that bass sound? Not really. I don't really want to save it. I do like it though. Also, if you mess with the fine tuning, like you might have noticed that this thing right here is tuning. Now there's coarse tuning and fine tuning. If you think of coarse, it's like coarse is something that's more abrasive, that's doing a lot. Fine is something that's more subtle, that's doing a little. And so if I were to take the coarse tune, you'll hear it fall out of tune very, very quickly. But if I use the fine tune, it does something a little bit different. It adds like kind of like this microtonal dissonance to the sound that makes it sound wider. Hear that? A lot of you guys have heard that sound in bass. Even if I took off the envelope I put on the cutoff. It's very, very popular. Like, there's a Reese bass that's very popular in drum and bass, and the way you make that bass is simply by combining a sine with a saw wave, putting the cutoff all the way down, and then fine-tuning it so that it's slightly detuned. A lot of people will think of detuning as being bad, right? Like, if you're playing piano and it's slightly out of tune, it can mess up a song. But if you control your detuning, like if you have detuning done intentionally on just one sound, sometimes it can make sounds sound thicker or wider. I don't know exactly why this is as far as like the science behind it, but it does. Like that sounds wider. It doesn't sound out of tune. Very, very interesting. Something to think about, guys, if you're building bass sounds. Have you heard of Monty Booker's Discord? Do you mean Monty Booker's Discord? Did it just autocorrect Monty Booker to Money Booker? That's pretty funny. Cyber says, I'll be right back. Gonna order lunch on my phone and need to make a call. I ordered something from DHL like 3 days ago and it's coming today. Wow. I forgot about DHL. Heck yeah. Well, enjoy your call and your lunch. Maybe it's because only one of the oscillators is being detuned. No. That's how you achieve the sound, Umbi. I'm just saying I don't know exactly why one oscillator being only slightly detuned from other things makes it sound wider. I don't know why that a sonic phenomenon happens, why it sounds wider, not just out of tune. Because if you think about like a piano, I don't really want to get into this, but every piano note actually hits several keys. Obviously not this is a keyboard, it's electronic, but like on an acoustic piano, every note is actually hitting several keys, not just one string. It hits several strings. And if one of those strings is out of key, it doesn't help. It doesn't help in the same way that does. But maybe it's because it's less controlled. Something to think about. Keith and I have pulled up a whole bunch of producers and artists have been connecting on there. Word up. Yeah. I am very well aware of this Discord alpha. Monty Booker's dope, by the way. Monty Booker said something. Monty Booker actually said something to me like, what was this, 2017? Do you remember the joke, Alpha? Do you remember when do you remember when Monty Booker used to like share all of his FL Studio project files, and they all were like the messiest, like they were like hilariously like I almost said the word bad, and that's not at all the right word. They were just incredibly unorganized is the word. And so like there was like a brief period in 2016 where we were all like picking on Monty Booker for having like these incomprehensible FLBs. Like you would always like post up a screenshot, or he like I gotta see if I can find that video actually, Alpha. It was like I gotta see if I can find that video for real. Actually, that was funny. Anyways, I'm very familiar with the Discord. Probably will not be streaming in it though. But thank you for letting me know, just in case I, like, on the off chance that I didn't. But now I know all those guys. You know that I'm like friends with Chuck Sutton and Young Skirt. I mean, Young Skirt's literally on my album, and yeah, man, Monty Booker, that's wild. But yeah, I did see that Discord. A lot of people, Alpha, have also asked me why I don't enjoy Discord. Or asked me like why I don't have a Discord, why I don't have my own Discord. I really do not like Discord. Discord like bothers me. Like it bothers me to use Discord in the same way that I get like bothered using Twitch a lot of the times. For whatever reason, like the user interface is really annoying to me, so I can't be attentive on that on there. There's like 8,000 people in there last time I checked. Yes, 8,000 people. And I don't really. Do I need to talk about why it wouldn't be a good space for me? Because I can and I will, but do you get why? Do you get why, Alpha? This is kind of how I felt when I saw your DAW. I organized. It is organized, but there's so much going on. It's kind of funny, says Eddie. Oh, word. That Discord sounds like 25% meme posts, 25% uppity producer talk, and 50% soliciting music. Umbe gets it. That's why I'm not over there in that Discord, Alpha. And this is it's no disrespect to any of the people, but here's what usually happens when there's like a big producer like group chat. Because I'm just gonna refer to it as a group chat, because all of those things, like I know that it's like more open now, but I mean those group chats have been around for ages. Like being on a Discord with a bunch of producers, for me personally, I think that it could be very helpful for a lot of people. But I mean, that was my entire like 2015, 2016. And it is like a lot of people posting memes, and then like it's a lot of like producer flexing. And there is definitely room to grow and learn, which is why I would recommend that anybody who hasn't been in a space like that definitely be in a space like that. But it's just like it's not necessarily the space for me. It's like more of a there's no way for me to say. But Umbe understands what I'm saying. Kind of like Alpha, I guess. See Umbe's comment. That's like what it usually gets boiled down to. And it's not exactly like helping my career or anything. And like all those people that are in those that Discord, like I can just talk to them on my own time. Like I don't need to be in a spam chat with them to connect with them. But a big shout out to Monty Booker for even starting that. I love that dude. That dude's dope. He was also one of the people that like had really wonky beats. There was a lot of people with wonky beats in SoundCloud, and he got to work with like some pretty big people, and it was like really exciting for a lot of. I'm not gonna include myself in that. I'm not gonna include myself in that group, but it was really exciting for a lot of like wonky beat producers, because it was like, oh crap. I mean, if he's working with X, Y, and Z, maybe that means good things for the rest of us. Sorry, the rest of them. What am I opening now? I'm still avoiding Dropout. I'm gonna go into this. But yeah, much love to all those people. I love Young Skirt so much. I think that Young Skirt is criminally underappreciated. It's weird. Young Skirt's appreciated a lot in like the producer world. Like we all like respect him and see what he is and what he's worth. But I just feel like Young Skirt should be like way like in the stratosphere somewhere. Like the amount that guy has going on. Alva says, should I tell them about your stream? They know. You can tell them if you want, but they know it exists. I mean, they're not here on purpose. Young Skirt actually was in a stream for a while, so shouts out to Young Skirt. Young Skirt was in a stream for a while. If you find that video, please mention it next time I'm in your streams, says Alpha. I mean, you could probably find it on Twitter. There's actually even a funny. I don't want to misname producers, but there's a really funny video of like Monty Booker in the studio with like other pretty big producers. I think even Kenny Beats is there, and they're just like laughing at his Fruity Loops project file. They're just like, "Yo, what the heck? Like, what even is this?" And he's just like shaking his head, and he's like, "I don't know, man." I don't like Discord either, says Eddie. Too much going on. I hate group chats, and Discord feels like super group chats. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm not a big fan. No tea here, Ramirez. I'm just saying. I mean, this is what stream number 215. Like, there's no secret that this stream has been happening. For those of you that did not hear this song from last stream, this is Key Lime backwards. I took the outro of Key Lime and I reversed it. I took the outro of Key Lime and I reversed it, and I've kind of like mined a lot of the chord progressions and the melodies from it to create a new song out of it. And I do have like a very, very promising vocal line for this song that I'm actually kind of excited about. But I'm not going to do live vocals on the stream. I'm just going to keep building out like some of the soundscape of this song, just filling it out. So I'm going to play it first through, the first verse, which is all, because you can see it just loops after that point. I'll play it and then I'll start building into it. Hey, what's up, Jazz Cat? Hold on, let me turn down the dry on that. That might help. Umbe says, I tend to avoid most producer circles. I feel like most of the people attracted to those scenes want something out of you. That's pretty fair. I think that this is such a weird conversation, because I mean I was in like several prominent producer circles, but my thing with producer circles, I'm gonna call this Omni Chipmunk. my thing with producer circles is they're so good and they're so helpful. Like a a big part of like my growth was because I was in a producer circle. But I think that this weird thing tends to happen within them where, I mean, I've had this for a while. I feel like SoundCloud can sometimes turn into an arms race. I've used this term a little bit, and even though SoundCloud's kind of dead, I always use SoundCloud in a reference to like all of us that came from it. Sometimes being in there can be like an arms race, which is so good. It's really good, but it sometimes it has like been a detriment to my creative process. I think about it. Hold on, I have to do something with my brain that I can't talk and do at the same time. I think the reason I say that is because it's almost like a music school. Like I didn't go to music school, but I know the people that go to music school. I know the people that go to music school have like a lot of this knowledge that they're kind of swimming around constantly. Thanks, Eddie, by the way. Have this knowledge that's swimming around in their head, so they're trying to incorporate a lot of that knowledge all the time. And sometimes that can be good if that's your goal, right? Like if you're trying to make really ground breaking, boundary pushing music. Whoa, interesting. Fascinating. I did not foresee it doing that to the waveform. If that's your goal, then that can be so great. There we go. But if your goal is just to make something, from the heart, having a lot of those skills can be really great to you. But basically what I'm saying is inevitably what every producer circle I've been in, not saying every producer circle, but just saying everyone I've been in, boils down to after a while is it becomes kind of like this flexi arms race where everybody's trying to be the best producer or the most impressive producer, right? Like, oh my god, his drums are so sick, or his sound design is like unmatched, unparalleled, which is so cool, and it's good to celebrate those things. But at the same time, to me and in my like journey in music, those things haven't ended up being that important. Like I know that there is this thing, and this isn't to say that this. I'm speaking from myself and for people that I'm not going to name. There have been times in producer circles where I included. This sucks because this like shines poorly on me, but there's been times where I have been included in kind of this weird like elitist, snobby, like, oh, this person isn't a very good producer. This person's really bad at mixing. Ha ha he he, and it's like. You kind of turn into like the mean girls of SoundCloud, which I actually like that expression. The mean girls of SoundCloud do exist, guys. And it's like the best producers that are like, oh, if I joined Kenny Beats Beat Challenge, I would win and no contest. I just don't do it because I like to see other people win. I want to give the other guys a chance. There's like a lot of people like that think like that. And it's like, there's like nothing wrong with confidence, but sometimes like, I see, hold on, 59. What's this one? Sometimes I can see that, that mindset as like problematic or detrimental to the overall scene. So from the outside, like the producer circle seems like, oh my God, it's just a bunch of producers like hanging and like everybody's getting along and everybody's so talented. But there is a space where who's a producer? I'm trying to think of producers that I don't know that are like, well, like super successful, so I don't need to hold on. Oh, what was that dude's name? Hold on, I'm about to do something funny. Da 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 da. interesting. Hold on. Let me get the bass in there. I'm doing like a quick just reference. I'm trying to see how these vocal stacks sit together, guys, just for anybody that didn't know what I was doing. Okay, so what I was... Oh, I need to cut some decay off, though. Anyways, what I was saying about producers, like... So there's somebody that used to be Burberry Perry. He had to change his name because Burberry is a very big company, and maybe he didn't see himself getting that big. But anyways, his name is Perry. He is or slash was the prominent producer for Lil Yachty. And we've all heard his beats because we've all heard Lil Yachty's music, and it's good and it's chill. But he, being a very, very successful producer, I can guarantee if he had like submitted his beats to the producer circle that I was in, we would have laughed at it. We would have been like, oh, this is like some like whatever, like FL7, like uninspired, like trap wannabe type beats. Like it's not even interesting. It's just the same loop over and over, like whatever, like boo. Like we would have laughed him out. But like homie could like buy everything I have in my entire possession like 5 times over by making one beat. So like what's the point? It kind of turned in, I feel like the producer circle turned into everybody was trying to become a quote unquote better producer, and everybody was looking at somebody like, oh, this is a really good producer, I wish I could be as good as them. But at the end of the day, it's like, hey, you should just be making music that you like, and that shouldn't necessarily be measured up to like a skill set or like who's good or who's not. And there are a few people that kind of left the SoundCloud. There are a few people that left that SoundCloud boot camp era feeling unfulfilled and. Oh, what? I didn't know the snare was that tight. Good job, Omni. Oh, I didn't know I did it this tight. Oh, wow. Sorry, I was expecting to have to come in here and tighten up these drums, but I don't have to. I guess I'll just add some stuff to them. But anyways, what was I saying? Blah blah blah. Some of the people came out of that SoundCloud bootcamp era feeling not exactly fulfilled, or like they hadn't grown or anything. A lot of people came from it feeling like, wow, well that sucked, and like a lot of people messed up my my priorities in music making. I turned into this person that wanted to make music that was going to impress my peers and not necessarily connect with fans, which are the majority, right? Even though there's like 8,000 people or 10,000 people in a producer group chat, a lot more than just those producers are going to hear my tracks. And at the end of the day, this is like wild. Again, no names. There's like no names in this. This is just ghosty producer stuff. At the end of the day, most of the people in the producer circle that I was in weren't actually listening to my music. That's like a really good thing to consider, right? They're not listening to my music. All the people that are like that were in the chat, that were in like the Twitter DM group chat, that were in the Line group chat, that were in the like Google Hangouts group chat. It's like we were all posting our tracks, and each one of the people in the I guess circle, I want to call it, would maybe listen to the song once and go like, oh, this bangs, this is hard, and then never listen to it again. The people that you actually have to connect with, the people that are actually going to listen and associate with the music, are not the people that are in the chat, right? Like if I'm over here streaming on this like my morning medley stream, the people that are actually listening to me building these songs are going to be the people that actually listen to the songs once they're out, not people that like listen to the first drop and go like, oh, this is hard, and then like kind of move on to the next thing. And so I felt like being in like the producer SoundCloud circle was fun, but it wasn't actually fulfilling for me as an artist. It was more of like a weird, like I was just it was an arms race, you know. I'm trying to get better so that I can impress my peers, which is important. You should want to impress your peers to some degree. I was trying to get better so I can impress my peers. I need to put a bleed on that. I was trying to get better so I can impress my peers, but not necessarily to make better music, just to make music that was more impressive, you know. And I think at the end of the day, I had to make a judgment call where I was like, I think that that's actually not as important as connecting with the people. So I think that a lot of people from my like producer SoundCloud Mean Girls era, I'm gonna stop saying that. That'll be the last time I say that. But a lot of people from that era and that crew that like I was in don't necessarily look at my music as producer music. They're like, oh, Omni's doing like some like songwriter stuff. Like his stuff's like cool, but it's not from like a why is that happening? Hold on. Why is it doing that? It's so freaking weird. From like a oh, it can't do it. What? Sorry. This is very interesting to me. See that? See, guys, do you see how it's like not cutting along the line? If I try to cut along this line, the cut appears over there. Anyways, that's just me being, I don't know why I need things to be that organized. So a lot of those people don't see me. They don't even say my name in those like producer circles anymore. It's more so like what you were saying, like a young skirt is admitted producer, or like Chuck Sutton. It's like, oh, they're doing stuff that's like really interesting with music. And then I'm kind of seen as more of like a fringe songwriter, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is something that's like, oh, I know where I belong now. I don't think I belong in that producer circle, because I think if I post like this in that producer circle, nobody's gonna connect with this. They're gonna be like, oh, like that's cute or whatever, but like we want like some 808s and something that like slaps, something that goes hard. And I'm just like, it's like not the home for me anymore. Even though I respect and love a lot of those guys and work with them. Like I have a song with Young Skirt. I love that dude, and I would love to work with him again. But I do feel like there's kind of this line in the sand that's drawn where it's like, if you're a producer or if you're a songwriter, and I feel like I ended up erring more on the line of like super free, just songwriting stuff. I wasn't really trying to make something that made everybody do like the stink face. So I'm probably not going to be in that Discord. What a long answer. Bryce says, so what's your take on keeping people around you? Like, are you pretty picky about who you keep around? Well, I mean, right now, I guess no one's around, right? No one's around anybody. But no, I would say I'm not actually picky about who I keep around me. I've gotten insulted for that, where I just kind of like let anybody around. But hold on. I really like this song. Bryce says, what do you think the distinction is? Talking about producer and songwriter. I think the distinction is a songwriter is trying to make something that is fully just an expression. There is no like real bells and whistles here. It's like, for example, this snare, if we listen to this snare, that's a horrible snare. Like from a producer's point of view, this is not a good snare. It's dinky as heck. This clap, these are not good sounds. They're kind of like throwaway samples. This kick was just dropped in. This kick was not shaped. There's no like fancy like OTT on this kick. There isn't like this cool galaxy brain explanation behind these drums. These drums are just that. They're kind of just laid out. There's a little bit of weird stuff happening in this loop that I did, but it's very, very simple, right? What this song is more so about is like the story it's telling with the melodies. And I would say that a producer is typically having like Monty Booker is a producer. When you listen to a Monty Booker beat, it's like, yo, what the heck is happening here? Like, this is weird. Or like, this is so impressive. I can't believe they mixed this and that. How in the world did they do that? That's impressive. Like a Young Skirt, it's like you listen to the beat and it's like, oh my God, what the heck? What's going on here? What's another person that's like that? Oh, Katronata can occasionally be like that. If you think about like any dubstep producer around like 2009 to 2012 were like that. Like they were doing stuff where it was like, yo, what the heck is even happening here? Versus somebody like Matt and Kim. Like if you listen to a Matt and Kim song, you're not like, oh my God, oh, what is that? What instrument is that? It's like you're getting what you're getting. If you listen to like White Stripes, it's like, oh, okay, that's drum set. that's a guitar loop and there's somebody screaming. It's like, but if you think about Seven Nation Army, even though the song's very, very boring, repetitive, and simple, that song permeated culture in a way that we all know Seven Nation Army. It was a lot of people's like first song they learned. And I think the songwriter aspect is more about making songs that connect with people, like the layperson, and the producer is more about making songs that connect with other artists. And it isn't a black or white thing. There's a lot of gray area between there, right? Because I've made a lot of things in songs that were like, I was actually trying to be impressive, or I was putting something that was a little bit more forward thinking, but it was also simple enough to connect with people. If you think about Nice Dream or Daydream, those are examples of those. Or if you think about Nowhere, that's a really good example. Nowhere has very, very complicated, jazzy, theoretical, big brain music, but I mean, it's funny and it's fun, so a lot of us listen to it and like it. And you don't need to know a lot about music theory to appreciate it. So there is some gray area, but I just feel like I'm more on the side of music that's not going to be impressive to Chuck Sutton or Young Skirt or Monty Booker or anybody in that group chat, but my music will be enjoyed by people that aren't necessarily looking at it from a producer big brain, if that makes sense. And I think being able to appreciate both types of music is a skill. If you ask most people, even that are in a specific, let's say this person's an animator, they will be able to appreciate stuff that's very, very meticulously animated. And they'll also be able to appreciate some like super overproduced, highly manufactured, like artistically vapid stuff. We have a range, you know? And so if somebody ever makes like a Discord group chat of just like songwriters where it's like people just making tunes, maybe that'll be a more conducive space for me. Because if you think about it, do I want to say this? Would you pass play Bowen as more of a producer, a songwriter, 100% songwriter. Bowen is doing stuff that's fun and we can all connect with. But I don't think that Bowen's posting like a beat video and everybody's going like, ooh, like, I don't think people are like doing the stink face at a Bowen beat. But Bowen makes music that we all love and have been able to connect with. Bowen definitely is more in my side. So like, if there was a group chat, like, here's the example, right? When you've come into streams or you've come into anything that I've done, maybe you'll see Abby Press, maybe you'll see Mia Gladstone, maybe you'll see Ehi, maybe you'll see people like that are more on the songwriter side. If you come into my streams, you're not most people don't even know that I know Monty Booker. People don't know that I know Young Skirt half the time unless they saw my song with them. People don't even know that I know Chuck Sutton or Valentine, because those people are more on the producer side. They don't really come over to my side. They don't really like come into my streams, or they're not like sharing my videos or anything. It's kind of like they're more on the producer side, and I feel like I'm more on the songwriter side. And that doesn't do anything like friendship. Relationships are cool, and I'm still like really cool with all those people. But I think that when I release an album, like if you go and see who's sharing it, it's very much not them. But there are some friends that I have that are sharing it. And it's like the Ehis or the Olu Blisses or the Bouquets, if you know who Bouquet is. Mark Rodito, people like that. Would you call Porter Robinson a good example of producer and songwriter? I love how all of the songs on Worlds are like. I would say that Porter Robinson is more of a songwriter than a producer. I don't think that anything McKenna Duffy, I don't think that anything that Porter Robinson is doing from a production standpoint is making people do the stink face anymore. I don't think that it's like, oh my God, most people can very, very quickly make what Porter Robinson makes. And this is no insult to Porter Robinson at all. But that's why every single time Porter Robinson comes out with an album, there's like a million Porter Robinson copycats. Usually his sounds are pretty easy to ape. Like within like 6 hours, there will be a like how to make a Sad Machine, type video that comes out. So I wouldn't put Porter Robinson in the Monty Booker, Kate Renata, that world, right? I would put him more in a songwriter world where people just appreciate the music because the music's good and not necessarily from a technical standpoint. Because from a technical standpoint, most producers can listen to a Porter Robinson song and go like, yeah, I can see what's happening here. Definitely songwriter though. I think I respect some. Also, by the way, guys, producer and songwriter, it's like, yeah, they're the same thing. McKenna Duffy, I just want to say, like, I'm not saying that Porter Robinson isn't a producer, that I'm not a producer. Clearly, I'm a producer. We're looking at a full screen of just production taking place. But these are just some kind of, like, more so ambiguous terms I've come up with to try to categorize the two extremes, right? Yeah, Umbe says, I think I respect simple stuff a lot more than I used to. Technical music and easy listening stuff are both hard to master in their own way. I agree, Umbe, but there are a lot of people who would disagree, but I agree with you. I think that I had a bell curve. A bell curve meaning when I first started listening to music, I liked simple stuff. I didn't really like really complicated music. As I got into making my own music, I developed more and more of an appreciation of very, very complex, complicated music. And then as I started hitting my apex of the most complicated stuff I could make at the time, I started looking back at the more simple stuff and going, well, why do I like this? You know, why am I trying to make like something with whatever the heck a Coltrane change is? But when it's time for me to go listen to music, I'm listening to In the Blue Shirt, which is like not music, like theory complicated at all. And I was like, there's merit to both. So maybe I need to fall back a little bit and like rediscover what the merit is in my own simplicity, which is why Lustream exists. Josh Sanchez says, you like Nintendo music? I don't really know what that means. If you're making a joke, that is a fun joke, but I don't know exactly what you mean by Nintendo music. McKenna Duffy says, I honestly think it's harder to produce a really simple, powerful song than something really complicated. McKenna Duffy says, that's fair. His stuff is very simple, but it's effective. Yeah. Yeah. Simple and effective is good. Very, very good. Complicated. I also like complicated stuff. Right? I love Lewis Cole, like the headier Lewis Cole stuff. And I mean, I like Maxo. Maxo, even if Maxo wasn't a friend of mine, I would still listen to his music because it's just very good. Like, Maxo's amazing. Very heady music, you know. So I do like really complicated stuff. I just also like, you know, I also like simple stuff. And when I'm making music, what I've found is that when I make complicated music, I get like a pat on the back from my colleagues. And that's it. And it's kind of like I'm running a race that never ends. I'm always trying to become more and more complicated, more and more efficient, more and more impressive. And I never like take a breather and go like, wait, what exactly do I want to make? Sometimes I just want to make a song. There are some very, very embarrassing times where I've made a song and I've intentionally changed it to be more complicated because I knew it wouldn't be impressive to my producer circle of friends. I felt like they would think I was bad at production. Think about Lustream. Like, nobody's listening to Lustream and going like, ooh, what the heck did Omni do here in the producer circle? Most people are listening to it and going like, okay, it's like a 2-bar loop that repeats for 3 minutes. And so I was trying to get back in touch with some more simple stuff. Josh, clarifying the earlier question, says, I mean, do you like music from games like Zelda and Mario? Well, that's rough, Josh, because those are very, even the two games you just mentioned have very different music. And there are several Mario games, some of which I like the music from and some with which I don't. And there are several Zelda games, some with music I like and some with music I do not enjoy as much. So you would have to be more specific. Nintendo is not an artist. I know you know this, Josh. I'm not saying this to be, pedantic or condescending at all, but Nintendo's not an artist, right? So it is a company at the end of the day. It would be kind of like saying, do you like Hatsune Miku? It's like there's a lot of producers that have made songs with the Hatsune Miku synthesizer, that some which are really cool and some which I don't like so much. So I'm going to say, Josh, I like some music that was made by some composers in games that happen to be on the Nintendo console. And there are other songs by composers in games that happen to be on the Nintendo console that I don't appreciate as much. Some examples of things that I have liked. Nintendo. I like the Zelda Ocarina of Time. I know that's like an easy one. I like the Zelda Ocarina of Time soundtrack. I also like the soundtrack to Star Fox 64 and none of the other Star Fox, sorry. I like the soundtrack to Star Fox 64 and none of the other Star Fox games I've played. I'll give 3, so that's 2. The third one would be, I like the sound. God, I just don't like a lot of Nintendo games. That's wild. I'm glad you're re-entering your Vocaloid phase, hentai coffee. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna make the bridge of this song. Three. Nintendo. The third one, actually, Splatoon. Splatoon is a game that I do not enjoy, but the music I really do like in it. But there's droves of Nintendo games that have soundtracks that I do not enjoy. Hello, Kiwi. Good morning to you. Side note, I've noticed that if I make a track and use a sine wave, then it's just music. The second I make it a square wave, it becomes video game music to most people. Oh, Umbe, don't get me started. Metroid, says Eddie. I didn't particularly care for the Metroid. Any of them. I've only played 2, but I didn't really care for the soundtrack. And when I say I didn't care for it, that doesn't mean I didn't like it. What it means is it didn't leave an impression on me to where I could like go, oh, I remember that. You know, there's so many games I've played whose soundtracks left just no impression on me, right? I forgot them almost as soon as I played the game. So I would put Metroid there. I already know what I'm doing. For chords on the bridge, by the way. It goes like this. Sorry, hold on. And then it should go back to the chorus. Hold on, let me copy a chorus right there. Da, 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 da. Now I don't remember where it was. Oh, sorry, I'm going to have to do that again. I'll just set on the follow so I can see exactly where it comes in. So I need to take the hook. Oh, I just realized I go from Rhodes to piano. That's okay though. That's okay. And it goes da da da. Yeah. Wait, really? Yeah. Yes. Let me test it out really quick. What is that? Hold on. What is that? 350. That's almost 4 minutes. I'm trying not to make songs be 4 minutes long. Okay, hold on. Ramirez just left. Sorry, Ramirez, I missed your farewell. Thank you for being in the stream. I appreciate you. I hope to see you in a future one. Eddie says, are you annoyed when people telling you that your song reminds you of another song or whatever? A lot of producers can take this really personally and get pretty upset about this. Eddie, what I'll say is that it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me just on the face, right? There's 2 times that this will bother me, and neither times are the person saying it's fault. It's all internal for me. One instance in which this will bother me is if the person or thing that they're comparing my art to is something that I personally do not enjoy. Like, I do not like it. So if I, for example, do not like... what music do I not like? This is hard, actually. I don't like Insane Clown Posse. So if somebody listens to my music and they're like, oh my god, this sounds just like ICP, like this track right here reminds me of ICP, I think that I wouldn't become like visibly upset, but I think deep down somewhere I'd be like, that kind of sucks. And I would just thank them and move on, keep it pushing. But I mean, I think deep down I would be like, that's weird, or that's not something I want to hear. Another time that this can bother me, Eddie, is if it's something that I've received a lot. So there was a time, I've talked about this in previous streams, where me and Ujiko used to be compared to each other a lot. And after a while, it started to bother both of us, where people would say, wow, your music sounds like Ujiko to me. And they would say to, like, Ujiko / Snail's House, like, oh, this sounds like Omniboy. And it would just happen so often, like, every single time, like, every comment on a SoundCloud track was just like, this sounds like Ujiko. Like, this sounds like Bowen. This sounds like Snail's House. This sounds like, and it just kind of, because we were all in the same, like, music circle, it just got old. But initially, it did not offend. It was actually a compliment. But, yeah. Those are the only 2 cases where it would be, like, annoying or upsetting to hear somebody say my music sounds like another thing. But neither case are the person saying it's fault. It's very innocent, and it's just in my head, you know? As Josh asked if I would get a chance to produce for a game, would I do it? Cyber answers saying that I am currently working on a soundtrack for a game. 4 minutes is fine. 6 minutes is the uh-oh zone, says Ube. The uh-oh zone. I should go into, like, FL Studio and, like, go to where, like, 6 minutes would be. Oh, my God. Where is 6 minutes? Oh, my God. How? Oh, my God. 6 minutes is a long time. Yeah, I should just, like, highlight an area over here, and that'll be known as the uh-oh zone. That's long. Have I ever? Well, I've made a song that's like 8 minutes long, but still, that's very long. Yeah, I'm not even approaching 6. Jesus Christ. 4 minutes is fine, says Umbe. Thank you. Mini Ninja says I've not been here in a hot minute. Welcome back, Mini Ninja. Glad to see you here. Wow, yeah, I guess it has been a hot minute if you haven't seen the OBS stream at all. Kiwi says, yeah, people have come to me thinking I'm someone else a few times, and it's pretty frustrating when it's the same person over and over. Yeah, that's the only time it's frustrating, right? It's never frustrating the first, second, or even 10th time, but once we get into like the 50th time I've been compared to X artist, whoever even that artist would be today. I don't even know who that is today. Back in 2016, I understood people saying I sounded like, these people, but nowadays I have no idea who I'm supposed to sound like. Okay. I'm just gonna record these the piano bridge. I'm gonna record a piano bridge here. Sorry, I'm trying to get the melody down. Yeah, something like that. They sound something like that. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on. Let me inspect. Is it restarting the song? Whoa, what's happening? What is that sound? I like it for ambience. I wish I knew where it was coming from so I could record it. Anyways, Eddie says, I just hate how bridges were thrown out of the window in pop music now. Every song is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's getting boring to me. I feel you, Eddie. I love bridges. I'm just trying to survive out here. That doesn't mean I appreciate what's happening in music. Umbe says, that being generous. That's being generous. I've noticed a lot of tracks will have like a minute-long intros within a minute and then 30 seconds of songs. Yeah, this is true, Umbe. I mean, if you want to talk about a short song, listen to that Lil Nas X album, right? 6 minutes is more understandable if you have a really grand and lengthy opening. Grand opening, short songs is lame AF. IMO. I love this. I would love trying to transcribe this for like somebody from the year like 1963 or something like that. Lame AF IMO though. Noi says, I personally prefer shorter songs. Some of my favorites are under a minute. I mean, I'm not gonna put a limit on it. I like short songs. There are some short songs that I absolutely adore. There are some songs that are just intermissions that I really like, right? But I also like some really long songs. A good example of a long song that I like is, that didn't come out in the 1980s. I don't know, probably something by Coldplay. I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't think of an example. Lumbe says, short songs are dope. I think I personally, I only make some tracks longer because I feel like it's a waste to not do more with the sound I like. Don't know if other producers feel the same. One of the sounds feedback loop. Yeah, that was weird. Okay. Hey, what's up, Danny? I didn't see you come into the stream. Welcome and good morning. I hope you're having a good one. I have a bunch of ideas for tiny songs, says Noi, but I'm not good enough yet to make them exactly how I imagine. I feel you, Noi. Still even happens to me after all these years. My internet vocabulary is shot at this point, says Umbe, so I've just stopped caring. My favorite short song might be Special One by Phony People. I imagine you should try to make it. I have been, says no, yeah. Okay, so the thing is with short songs, long songs, short song, long song, is what I usually like doing is having A-B songs. Like a good example of A-B songs are what I refer to as A-B songs. I know A-B songs is technically already a musical theory term, but this is what Omni's music theory says an A-B song is. If you listen to my song 1/Million, or if you listen to my song Not On My Watch, these are really good examples of my A-B structure where I build an entire song in about a minute 30. Super short song, right? And then I'll transition to a pretty much completely different song. Like the beat's different, the chord progression's different. I've messed with the vocals, so the vocals are a little bit different. This can also be heard in my song with Abby Press called Follow Me. I like doing this a lot. But the only problem that comes in with this is that both sections of the song are pretty short. One could even say that what it is it's a minute to 2 minute long song with a minute long outro. Somebody can make that argument, or vice versa. But I liked making songs like that for so long that I got kind of stuck in that. Like I would make a song like this, for example, and then I would get to this end part, and I'd be like, okay, time to like change the song. But sometimes, I mean, this is at minute 3 and 50 seconds, so it's really not a lot of time left to do that in this song. But I already kind of know what I'm going with, where I'm going for the trajectory of this song. So I'm gonna make a space in this track right here. See this little area I've made up, and I'm gonna put the piano down there because it got recorded on the wrong track. I'm gonna name it piano. Usually when I'm playing piano, I'll hit a lot of low notes to kind of fill in the bass, but I'm going to forego that. Hold on, let me put him in. I'm going to forego that because I want to record all of the bass on my Microkorg S over there, that white keyboard with the vocoder on it. The only problem with doing that is that I want it, I want it to be, hold on, let me fix that before this gets out of control. Me, mine. So I'm gonna delete that. This is so catchy to me. I'm just gonna delete some stuff really quick because sometimes I'll forget to turn off the record button. This might happen to other people who use FL Studio too. Forget to turn off the record button, and then you'll want to just play back, but the FL is recording. Good so far. Nice. It would actually kind of be nice if there's a different bass here. Ooh, I do want there to be a different bass there because then it makes this when the sub comes back and it hits a little bit harder. The bass I'm probably going to use here, but since it's like for piano, I want to use I want the chorus, or this is the hook rather. Boom. Maybe like an upright bass. Maybe an upright bass sound. Hold on. Maybe. I kind of like that. The upright bass, I'm saying. Something really subtle as far as the bass, because the bass is so strong in this bit that I want it to like have some impact when it comes back in, you know. For Eddie asking if the upright bass is a VST or a sample, I mean it's in the keyboard. It's inside the keyboard. A little upright bass in there. It's definitely not like a soft synth VST. It's just a sound that comes on the Yamaha, and I want to say that it's a sample that's been detuned. I don't think that these are all unique recorded. Hold on a second, actually, because some of the bass sounds will have like a really weird, like sometimes they'll do like a there it is. it's way at the bottom? Wow, I didn't know it was putting it way down there. All right, no problem, no problem. It's no problem, just rush hour. Let me scoot him. I want him to be right underneath the other bass. Call him bass upright. Actually, let me, hold on. MX61. MX61 002. Groove. And then we're gonna make it a blue, but not the same shade of blue that the other bass is. Boop. And then ga bop. Then joop. And then normalize. Oh, I did it again. I did it again. Why do I do that? Hold on, let me purge audio clips really quick because this is before this gets out of hand. I still have so much lemons that I have to consume, guys. That I have to get through. Oh, I'm doing it again. How am I doing that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. So we're basically going to put it over here. Like, I recorded several of the slides, and we're just going to scoot a slide here because I think I hit the wrong button. Yeah, I don't want that one. I don't want the slide down. I want the slide up. So what we're going to do is we're going to go get our little X-Acto blade tool and going to do some fine chopping. We're going to cut him out. And we're going to, let me find it first. Not that one. That one. So we're going to take this one and we're going to put it right there. So it goes like this. And we're going to put a bleed on because you can kind of hear, I don't know if you guys can hear this, but because of this chop that I put in, there's like a clip. You can kind of hear a small pop. But if we put in a crossfade bleed, and then we take this one and we shrink him down like that, then we take this one and we scoot him over like that. Does it better. No pops. No pops here. And then we can take out all this because all that was unnecessary. And then that's our upright bass. That's going to go with our piano. Cyber, what were you talking about with a hat? I saw that earlier. Did I want to say anything? What is that? What are you talking about? Baby, it's all about the little things. We're going to be putting a lot of little things in this track because since there's going to be vocals on it, I don't have a lot of space in this track to do a lot of like funky articulation and stuff like that. So I'm going to be putting a lot of like small things. Who was I talking to? Do any of you guys know who Green Parrot is? Grin Parrot? Grin Parrot? Does that ring a bell? I think it's spelled like that. Does anybody know who that is? I'm not going to wait for responses. Anyways, Green Parrot's a really, really talented producer that we all love here in the producer circle / songwriter circle. He's well loved. And he talked to me about something very, very, very interesting. So he's somebody that makes music constantly, but he releases music extremely rarely. He used to only release one song a year. Now he's down to releasing like a song every 2 to 3 years. It's wild how little homie puts out for how much he makes. He makes a lot of music. So we were talking about music. Sorry, hold on. I just realized my hold on. I realized I was still on the recording version or the recording mode. So anyways, he he was talking about when you build a song, like the best way to make songs impactful. We were both talking about this, and we were talking about the ways that we used to make it a song impactful. My big way to make a song impactful early on was to introduce the melody within the beginning of the song. Like if you think of something like Bon Bon, you think of things like Bubblebee, like all of those songs, the melody was the first thing you heard before the song even started. It wasn't like a lot of preamble before you got to the main hook. The hook kind of opened the song. And I was like, well, I make sure that within the first 20 seconds, people are already hearing the hook, if not having already heard it in its entirety. And he was like, maybe I'll think about doing that. But something that he did was he was like, I make a sound. I try to craft a sound that's very weird. I spend a lot of time making a sound that's weird, that's not necessarily harmonic, but it's just kind of there to get somebody's attention. So like, if you think about the sounds that I use, right? I don't do a lot of sound design anymore, at least as much as I used to. Now a lot of the sounds that I'm using are from keyboards. They're real instruments, right? They're their sample libraries, are like strings, woodwinds. Most of my sound design usually comes from my ARPs, which is like, if you listen down to this ARP, that's clearly a synthesizer. That's not a real instrument. And so, but if you listen to literally everything else, like if we go down into just the melody of this song, the first line is my voice. The second line is my voice higher. The third line is my voice with a chipmunk. Fourth line is a glockenspiel. Fifth line is a kalimba. And sixth line is a celestabel. And all of those things together create the 6-layer melody. But if you actually listen to it, there is no sound shaping and synthesis really happening. All of those are instruments. Glockenspiel is an instrument, kalimba is an instrument, celestabel is an instrument, and my voice is definitely an instrument. It's real. And so Green Parrot would talk about shaping specific sounds that were weird and wonky that would grab the listener's ear and have it go like, oh, that's a weird sound. Something that they would remember from that song, and have it only happen once, twice, 3 times at max. Very rarely make it happen that many times in the song, and that would be kind of something that is like the hallmark that lets people know they're listening to this song. It's something that sticks out because chords are going to be used in every song, you know. Melodies can be reused, and instruments can be and often are reused. But they were saying this one specific sound would be more of the like the cheat code to grab the attention. Oh, starting with the melodies production for Cheaters, says Umbe. I'm Cheaters. Boba Beach is a classic. Soda Island was an awesome collective. Ooh, Junk, what you talking about? Hey, I got some people that know stuff in here. Yeah. Soda Island was sick. I'm like, I went to, because this was last year, I believe. I was living with Sky at the time. So I want to say this was early 2019, late 2018. I went to, because Green Parrot was staying in LA for a little while with like Ramzoid and them, so they got like they got an Airbnb and had a little house party, and I went over and was hanging out with them. And I was like, it's really weird that everybody from Soda Island still like talks to each other, but they're all in such different areas of the music industry. Anywho, that being said, I'm gonna get back to building out this song a little bit more, particularly this hook bit. Hold. Just gonna do some quick labeling. Very, very quick. Oh, and this is where the lead would go. I was thinking about putting like a little solo here, coming fresh out of the hook. The problem is this second bridge, I didn't do a bass building up to it, but what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take this bass down here that you can see this, like the bass that we already recorded, the upright bass, remember? And I'm going to copy it and paste it over here, but the problem here is, if you listen to it, it has a different end, so I'm probably going to have to re-record it. Right here is where the piano chords change and the bass doesn't. It's just one note. Maybe I can just record in that one note. Oh, I'm being lazy now. It should be that note. So if I cut, hold on, if I cut right here. Maybe that. Yeah, I'm just gonna record it right there. Screw that. I'm not gonna go through all of this again. Okay. Just gonna slide that up. Now that's cheating. Umbe, you want to talk about cheating? I usually like recording everything, you know, all the way through. I don't really like a lot of composites. I don't usually do composites unless I'm making a chopper track, which I'm gonna open up a little bit later in the stream. This stream is going very smoothly, by the way, guys. I don't want to jinx it. Well, the 3XL bass tips helped a ton. I think the thing I made actually sounds like well bass. Oh, check it. Goodbye, Hentai Coffee. Thank you for being in the stream. I appreciate you for coming all the way over from Instagram. Whoa, that's really loud. I might have to mess with that, actually. Hold on. Where are you guys going? 17? I might have to mess with that. That seems extremely loud. Oh. It wasn't. I'm sick. Hold on. Oh, I should have used those notes. Oh, I have to re-record it again. No. All right, hold on. Oh my God. you. Turn it up a little bit. Turn it up a little bit more. Yeah, okay. And then it goes into like this weird little like pedal phase, which I don't really know if I should put that bass under it. Welcome back, Josh. Welcome back. Okay. Let me just erase these two things really quick. Outliers, the lot of them. So far clean. The pre-chorus to the final, if I want to call it a bridge, I guess, this bit. Guys, I'm gonna use the legato strings again. Okay, so if you haven't been in the stream, I recently found out that my play strings can play strings that I got from a composer cloud can play legato, and I have been in love, guys. These, let me just stereo enhance this piano really quick. I've been in love with the legato. Because when I hear strings, when I write string lines, the thing that sucks, or the thing, I mean, I guess depending on your perspective, the thing that sucks is I always write them mentally in legato and with like some portamento on them. For those that don't know what those two things mean, it just means bending from one note to another. Basically, the notes don't overlap. Instead, they transition. The problem with that is I had yet to find, in my years of synthesis, find a VST. Oh no, I opened the wrong one. Oh no, I think FL might crash or something. Oh, it didn't. Anyways, I, in all of my years messing with FL and VSTs, I never once found a synthesizer or a VST that could do legato strings, and it was because it's a very difficult thing to record, and because it's a very difficult thing to record, it also means that it's very expensive if you want to use it. So I had to get this VST after much time saving to get it to flautando, to get the thing I wanted, which was legato. This isn't legato that I'm going to be playing, by the way. I just wanted to know what the heck this was. I love it, guys. But what I need is a legato with portamento, with the slur, baby. So let's try out some legato slurs really quickly. It's going to take a minute to load. Like I said, it's very, very taxing. While that's loading, I do want to say the computer that I'm using a Dell desktop. I bought this computer only for music production. Like, I can't stress enough how little else I do on this computer. It's an entire desktop. It's not a laptop. It's a whole desktop that I only use for. I don't even like look at Netflix or really surf the web on this thing. It's always on my laptop that I do everything else. And I don't even think this computer has a processor as powerful as the one on my laptop. That's not hitting it. That's not what I want. I usually describe these changes, yeah. So, LT light. If it's got the light, niente. Maybe I don't want the light. on. I'm not going to use it to do the main melody. I just want it to help build on top of this piano bridge. Okay, so I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna change the recording from audio to notes, and that will allow me to record MIDI, because again this is a VST, so we're gonna need to record MIDI for it. We can't record that through my interface. So we're gonna put oops. We're going to put the MIDI bit right here, so it's pattern 12. I'm gonna put the click on 4th step. And then we're gonna record the main string line that I was just playing. This one. That one. So we're going to clean that up. I just wanted to get the general notes down. Danny says, hey, I'm kind of new at your channel. I found you by the Gucci song. How do you call your style? Sounds great and so gorgeous, by the way. Oh, thanks, Danny. Oh, thanks, Josh. I'm glad you like it also. Danny, I make a lot of different types of music. I would say, Danny, that this is not the same type of, I wouldn't even call this the same genre as the Gucci track, right? The Gucci Gang track was like a house song, more of like a R&B house, right? Some people would say soul house, neo soul. I wouldn't call it that. I would just call it a simple house track. But that was a house track. This is not house. This is more of like drum and bass, but it's kind of like a playful, slower version of drum and bass, which is why if you look up here at the BPM, it's 170, while the Gucci Gang track was more of like 130, like quite a bit slower. But a lot of the same elements are there, right? We have the sub bass, which is present in the Gucci Gang track. And we also have the Rhodes piano, which is present in the Gucci Gang track. So a lot of the same instruments, but as far as the style and genre of music, I would say that this lies somewhere in kind of like a poppy drum and bass world. Maybe jazzy once we get into the bridge. Good question, though, Danny. Good question. Are you a musician as well, Danny? CM? Hey, buddies, finished school, says Buzz Buzz. They finished early today. Welcome to the stream, Buzz Buzz. You still made it before the halfway point. Goodness. So as far as like the overall production stream, I would still say you were pretty early. So Buzz Buzz and everybody, what we just did is we recorded some legato strings for this bridge. Again, without the legato strings, we just have the piano pedaling back and forth. Pedaling, I use the word pedaling because I'm using the pedal while I play it, but it's not actually the proper use of that word pedal, just in case there's some like music buffs and music theory people in the stream. The two chords that I'm playing on the piano are these. Just those two. And I wanted to do some legato strings, like those bendy portamento strings, so I put them in here. This is the MIDI for them. So a few things. You can see that like I recorded it just so I can get the notes in here, but the timing isn't exact. So I'm going to go ahead and just clean up some of the timing of these string performances. Sorry, I interrupted myself. I want that a little bit earlier. Maybe more early. I'm going to leave that actually. Wait. Yeah, I'll leave that one there. Oh no, I have to change the bridge. I might have just wrote something different. Hold on. Hold on. I've got to re-record this bridge because I know now where the legato strings are supposed to go, which kind of makes things a little bit harder. But if I just go in, I'm gonna comp. So comp or composite for people, I mean, that make do video editing. This will be very familiar to you. I'm going to cut out. So see how I recorded this piano bit already. And I just want to change, I want to change this part, like this little highlight part in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to chop this out. This could end up sounding kind of janky, but this is part of music making, so hopefully I can kind of just slip this in here and it'll end up being okay in the end. I think I was using mellow piano. Yeah, I was using mellow piano, so I'm going to turn on bleeding. Now what bleeding is going to do, let me zoom in so you can actually see. See how this waveform for this piano gets like cut super hard? It's going to cause a pop when that happens. Cutting something off extra hard will always cause like an audible click or pop sound, which is really ugly and you don't want that. So what I'm going to do is add bleeding, generic bleeding. There's a lot of different types of bleeding in this drop-down menu. I'll use generic for this case because I don't really need to do anything too fancy here. And you'll see if I put on generic bleeding, it'll kind of put this weird little like, I don't know what you want to call this shape. I don't know, a pinch, but it like puts a little pinch thing. What this is basically doing is fading it out really quickly. And when I say really quickly, I mean quickly, because even though I zoomed in and we can kind of see it, if I zoomed out, it becomes almost invisible, you know, to the naked eye when it comes time to record things. But that gets rid of that audible pop or clicking sound. So now I'm going to record my new bridge, which instead of oscillating, which is a term from earlier in the thing, instead of oscillating between those two chords, I'm going to add a variation of the chord progression at the very end. So I'm oscillating, and then I'm closing with the hook piano sequence, and this is what it's going to sound like. Hold on. Let me go back to audio instead of notes, and then unmute my piano. No. back. Oh, I have to redo. I have to redo. I have to redo that because I have that like that little red highlight part. It actually ends before the end of the sequence, so it cut my recording short. So let me just take that off, then try it again. Okay. That should have cleaned it up. Let me just scoot this up to be in the piano with everything else in the piano line. Up, 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 up and away, my beautiful balloon. I'm gonna wait. Let me see if this is normalized. I'm gonna normalize it, which means that's gonna make this fatter. Like if you look closely at this piano wave, see how it's like really, really thin, really, really narrow. This guy right here. Normalizing it is just gonna like make it roughly the same volume and gain as the stuff around it, like whatever is like the default of the track or project you're working on. So see how it makes it like really fat when I hit the normalize button. So I'm gonna normalize it, and then I'm gonna put it on the same track with the earlier recording of piano and slide him up and name him so he ends up being the same color. And then there you go. See how clean that ends up sounding? These two piano lines were recorded at different times, but because I put that little bleeding in there, that little like crossfade thing, they sound like it's like one performance. And there you go. I've been recording this whole time. Hold on. I do really like that. I wasn't expecting to spend this much time on this track, but I'm actually really glad that instead of doing vocals in this stream, I'm just focusing on building out the intricacies of this track, because then later when I track vocals, it's going to go smooth as butter. And I'm gonna go da, so da 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 da. Hold on. So let me say da da da. I want to cut it right here and then move this note down to there. So let's hear that with everything. And then I don't need to go back up to that note. I can just hold that all the way to the end. Yeah, that's sick. Let me just make sure the timing's right, and then I can export this and composite it so I can make an octave. Don't really like that one. Hold on. It's too late. It's too late. That's what's wrong with it. Hold on. Let me scoot that one. Da, da, da. This should be happening a little bit earlier. Like maybe there. somehow sounds late. Maybe there. Close. What's up with you? I don't really like it going up to that note particularly. Maybe there. So just scoot those both. Oops, hold on. Scoot those both down. Like that. I go da-da-da, like build up to it. Yeah. Da-da-da. And then slide them forward so it gives it time to do the bend. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should make that note end early, actually. Let me get another run through of that. That might actually work. Hold on. I need that one to hold out. I need that one to hold out, actually. Yeah. Yes? Hold on. From the top. One thing is off. That's it. And it's here. I think, anyways. I want this to come in a little bit earlier, I think. Yep, that's it. And then I just need to extend it at the end since I scooted it a little bit further. Okay. I'm going to export this legato run. I'm going to export this legato run from the top. Yeah, I'll do it from the top. Why not? No. Erase that thing. Erase. Where is he? Erase him. I put like a thing way out there to show how long a 6-minute track is, and it would have made it record 6 minutes of silence. So this is going to be called Legato Layer 1. It's going to take a second. Oh, welcome back, Cyber. Sorry. I'm back. I'm looking at the chat. Guys, I've gone down like such a rabbit hole on those freaking like scammer bait videos. It's wild. I feel like it's like there's a few things basically my psyche right now. I've been watching a lot of dubbed martial arts films, so that's one layer. The second layer is there's that Pluto channel on my TV that just shows nothing but Degrassi, so I've also been watching like a pretty embarrassing amount of Degrassi. Also, I need to include the MIDI on all these. So also, other than Degrassi, I've also been doing like YouTube scammer bait videos, like Kit Boga. I've been looking at Kit Boga videos and also looking at like Scammer Revolt videos, and been looking at guys. It's like I'm pretty far down the rabbit hole. I'm not as far down as it goes, but yeah, I've got to stop. It's turned into a thing where every time like I get an email now, I'm just like, is this a scammer? Am I being scammed? I have like scam paranoia now, where I think everybody is a potential scammer, and I'm like always at the mercy of like the internet criminals. So it's wild. I've regressed basically back to like, I don't know, 2000. When was like cyber predators like a big thing? A big thing. What was that, like 2005? 2005? I'm trying to think of like when I was in the chat rooms, because I remember when I was in the chat rooms it wasn't a big deal yet. Like people weren't like, I was like a kid in a chat room talking to like adults, and like nobody was like, oh, stay away from those creeps. Everybody was kind of fine with it. It wasn't until later everybody was like, oh, you gotta stay. Anyways, I've been watching a lot of that, and it's like been kind of rotting my brain. That and Degrassi have both been like painting this really weird picture of what the world is like, since I haven't been actually a part of it in a while. And it's got to stop, guys. It's got to stop. Anyways, what I'm doing right now while I'm saying this stupid anecdote is I'm compositing a lot of the legato strings. So what I do when I'm doing strings, especially from a sound font like the one I just used, is VSTs are very powerful things. And being a very powerful thing, it also takes up a lot of CPU. And who knows if I'm going to have this VST years from now or on a different computer. So what I do is I take the notes from the VST and I sample them as a waveform, as you're seeing right here. Like this is the waveform. And I save the MIDI just so I can have reference for the notes. But I will eventually, after I'm done using the VST and exporting all these strings from it, I'll just close the VST altogether. Oh man, To Catch a Predator. That was another thing, guys. This was a while ago. This was like over like a year and a half ago. But I mean, I saw To Catch a Predator when it was new. And I remember being like, oh, this is like whatever. And I went back and watched it like as an adult, and somehow it was like addictive. Like I like not, it wasn't even currently happening. I was just watching reruns of To Catch a Predator. Like I got like into watching To Catch a Predator reruns. I don't know what it was. I don't know why, but it was a thing I was doing. I'm not proud of it. So what I'm doing right now is I'm adding an octave. So if I mute all of this, you can hear the original layer. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the same MIDI that I used to make the original layer, and all I'm doing, guys, is I'm selecting all and I'm just dragging it up an octave. So now I get this. Sorry, not there. Holy crap. Not there. Here? Yeah, there we go. Now this layer is going to be turned down quite a bit in the final production, so don't worry if it sounds like a little like it's peaking right now. This is just so I can get the notes right, because I want to get this octave, but I also want to add some harmonies. So what I'm going to do to focus on harmonies is I'm going to find specific notes like this note, and I'm going to find a harmony of that. Should go lower. Sorry if this is a lot for your ears, guys. See there? You just want to get the harmony. So let me do that again. I'm actually going to keep the initial, hold on, let me just undo. I'm going to keep this. And export the octave. This is just the octave, I believe. Yeah, so I'm going to keep the octave. Export that really quickly. So this is going to be legato layer 2. And then I'm going to do the harmonies between the octave, if that makes sense. Danny says, didn't know you could do that. I usually clone the instrument. Whoa. I mean, that's another way. That's a good way also. It's just that I'm so used to, even though this computer is pretty powerful, because I bought it specifically to work on music, so it's kind of engineered. It's engineered to be able to handle certain things. This wasn't always what I made music on, right? Like, I used to make music on this really old, dusty Dell laptop. That was, when I say old, I mean old. So what I would always have to do is anytime I used like a somewhat powerful VST, I would have to export everything that I made into a wave just so that it would play. Like, sometimes I wouldn't even be able to listen back. I would have to like export it to MP3, you know, just to hear what it sounded like. Because if I tried to actually play it back, like, it would be super choppy and I wouldn't be able to hear anything. So I just kind of have these like built-in habits from when my computer wasn't as powerful. And even though I don't need to do them now, it's a good habit to have, you know, because you never know when a VST is going to go wonky. But waves, you can trust waves, baby. Now, I should say, I'm doing this mostly with sample libraries, guys. Danny and everyone, I'm doing this mostly with sample libraries. If this was like Massive or Serum or, you know, any of those like soft synth things, I could see how somebody wouldn't want to resample, because then you can't do fine tweaking. But if you're noticing from these strings, flutes, piccolos, and stuff like that, I'm not really tweaking anything. They just sound like that. So that's why I feel a little bit more comfortable exporting these things. So let me get both of these. Whoa, hold on. You get back up there. Yeah, what were you doing down here? That was weird. Let me hear this by itself. Okay, that's okay. I'm going to send this up to 18, track 18, where the other legato layer is. I'm going to color it brown so it fits, and I'm going to turn it way down so that it blends better with this first layer. Yeah. That's good. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save that to MIDI. I'm going to color it white and group it with the track above it. Oh, I just realized I didn't have to do that, but that's okay. And then I didn't have to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and save this to the same layer. Ooh, should I though? I'm not going to, because that could that could make issues later down the road. So I'm just going to make a new MIDI out. The reason that I'm making MIDI outs, guys, I use MIDI outs as just a place to store MIDI information. So later down the road, like if I open this track in 5 years and I'm hearing these notes, it would take me like just a few seconds to like go over to the piano and fiddle on to find it, like I could find it. But really quickly, if I had a show coming up or I was preparing for a tour and I just didn't have time to be fiddling constantly, it's nice to have the MIDI information so that I can look right here on the piano roll and see exactly what notes I was hitting. Maybe not super useful for something as simple as this, but sometimes there's more complicated lead lines or even chord progressions where I can't remember exactly what inversion of a chord I was playing. And so having the MIDI information there can be a lifesaver for me, particularly with my workflow. So now what we're going to do is we're going to try to make a harmony. Now the harmony doesn't have to be made with strings. Something that's really important that I try to tell people is layering is key. So if I'm going to be making a more in-depth orchestration or arrangement, I'm going to be making harmonies. I can use woodwinds, really. I can use oboes. I can use bassoons to make this. But I'm going to really quickly just go through and try to pick out some notes with the violin legato, and I can later change it. But for right now, let's see what we can find. So for the first note, so those are the first two notes. Ooh, first try, guys, first try. I didn't even have to like fiddle around too much. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to use this harmony, but that is a harmony. So let me turn it down so I can get more of a realistic representation of what that will sound like. Let me bring in the chords so I can hear it in context of the song. Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do though is to establish the actual melody, I'm going to not hit this right here. Hold on, I'm gonna not hit that right there. I'm going to do that later. So what I'm gonna do is the second time it plays through. So the first time it plays through, it just plays the regular chords here, the regular notes, I mean. Second time. Here. There. So, that's a big jump from that note to that note. Do I want to do that? Maybe approach from the bottom? Oh! That's why it sounds like that. Yeah, have it come in like that. So I'm gonna punch in harmonies. The harmony doesn't need to go the entire distance of the lead line. So so I'm here now. I'm gonna go here. Oh, because they end up at that note, so I do have to go to a different place. Maybe up? Interesting. I think it loses some of its direction when I have it there. So I'm gonna take away that extra, that high one. Maybe try that. Again, it's going to be turned down quite a bit, so. Yeah, I'm going to turn it down like way down in the mix, but I think that's good. Okay, all right. Okay. And I might replace this with woodwinds, but I'm gonna save that MIDI so that I can use that MIDI on woodwinds later. But for right now, let's just go ahead and export that harmony and call it legato layer 3. We just did it. We just did a halfway point, by the way, guys. We are 3 hours in of a 6-hour stream, so I'm probably going to clean up a few more articulation errors and do finish the woodwind layers. I do want to have some woodwinds here. I'm gonna do my woodwind layer, but I think we're gonna wrap it up, and then I'm gonna move to a different track after a minute. So, congrats to everybody who has stayed thus far. I hope you learned something. Hold on, let me grab layer 3. Put layer 3 in here. Gonna make a little bit of extra space for layer 3's MIDI. Boom. Move that. Oops. Move this down. Move that down. We're gonna call it layer 3. We're gonna normalize it, and we're gonna send it to track 18, which is, I believe, where the legato strings are. That is where they are. Then I'm just gonna turn it way down. Let's get a quick sample of what it is now, what it sounds like. I'm happy with it for now. Let's see. Let's cook up some more of these woodwinds, though. So it starts here. Oh, sorry. It starts here. Add it. This is the end of the song. This is the end of the song. So going from the bridge back in, we should definitely have the vocals here. Yeah. The stream should be back up. Sorry, the stream did crap out for a second there. I apologize. I do want to mess around for a second with some of these bell sounds. Not the glockenspiel. I guess it's the combination of them all, right? Yeah, it is the combination of them. So if they're all being sent to 11, and they are not all being sent to 11, they all have their own unique channels, which is good. This is good. Because I wanted to alter the panning of them for sure. But they are being sent to the same bell reverb channel, so let me mess around with that really quickly. I guess that's alright. Hold on. Maybe that's a little bit better? Wait. Yeah, because there's like a lot of reverb happening. There's reverb happening on that, but it does die really quickly, which is good. I'm just trying to make sure that the reverb isn't clashing. There's literally no reverb on the Rhodes. There's reverb on my voice, though. There is. Shouldn't clash too hard with these. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, I need to do something with the drums. This was actually just so I could keep time while I was recording, but I didn't do a proper like drum breakdown for the hook. Let me mute this and see what I hear. Such a fun song to sing on. This is gonna be so much fun to sing on. Let me call this ARP really quick. I like that as the melody line. But I'm gonna focus on Shoto clone. Says Umbe. Ooh, it does have like a Shoto clone feel, huh? Whoa, wait, where's a wind chime? Oh, I forgot where I put my bell trees. Hold on. Omni drums, samples. I think it was in Earth Kit? No. Mixed Kit? No. Ethnic? I think I put in like an Ethnic Kit. Percussion, exotic. It's not in there. Mixed? It's in mixed. Heck yeah, baby. Okay. So here's what I want. How messy. I want the 3 because the 3 is really long and ugly sounding. And here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna call it bell tree. I'm gonna call it bell tree crunch. Because what I want to use it for is I want to use it for its long transient. I don't actually want the bell tree sound, so I'm gonna put it in one of these lines. Put it over here with his drum buddies, and then turn him down, of course. And then what I want to do, turn him down more. I want to stretch him even more, like that. Hold on. No. want just wet. I want just no dry. I want just wet reverb. Yeah, there it is. And then I want to take the actual sample. How did I do that when I did that last time? I wasn't using Z-Cross. And I wasn't using the stretch either. What was I using when I did that? Sorry, guys. I'm still here. I'm just... Oh, I didn't use that. I didn't use that. Whoa, oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Don't use that. I hate accidentally stretching samples. It's like the worst. But I do it a lot, guys. I do it a lot. There it is. That's how I do it. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. Okay, so there's this thing. This might be like important to no one. But if you use these arrows up here, the slip tool, you can like go into any waveform and you can like slide around your performance. And sometimes I use that. I'll get a bell tree and I'll stretch it out, and then I'll slide around the performance of the bell tree, so it gets this weird like. It's kind of like there's this like weird little like magic chime sound, and so it doesn't actually have like a strong beginning or end. And then I'll copy and paste it like this, and I'll kind of create this weird like wonky unlooped slip sound. And then I can loop it from that point. But the main reason why I like this is because, wait, hold on. Let me put it over here. Down even lower. That's still too loud. Ooh, hold on, hold on. Maybe if I can just get this here. Slide him. Oh, that was scary. Don't want to do that. Okay. So this is going to be layered underneath some very, very small percussion to give it some kind of like atmosphere. So it's going to be turned way down. Like if you're looking at the mixer, that's like it's barely the fader's barely off 0. Going to put a metronome on this so that my hi-hat isn't off. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead. I mean, the timing's a little bit wonky on this, but that's actually what I want because I wanted to have it like this kind of weird jazz hi-hats, that jazz hi-hat feel. Go ahead and name it as such, jazz hi-hat. Gonna make it black, so that it belongs in the group with the other drums. And I'm going to move it up, 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 up. There we go. I'm going to normalize it, and then I'm going to send it in its own mixer channel, which I'm going to scoot also over to where the drums are. Ooh, I forgot to turn it down. I almost fell for my old trick. Okay. I almost blew everybody's eardrums out of the water. Here we go. There we go. first hit's a little early, so I'm just going to scoot him back a bit. There we go. Oh, I need to copy and paste these drums over really quick. I just realized what I want to put at the end of that is that little upright bass like slide in, because it technically is hitting the same chords as the bass line again, right? Yes. It would be hitting these notes. So if I grab him, this bass part, and then I slide him over here, it should fit. It should fit. Yeah, it works. That works, guys. Okay. Oh wow. We're over halfway. We're over halfway through. I've put a lot into like this song. The song is built out a lot now. I'm gonna go ahead and delete play from it, which is the VST that I used to open the strings. I always have to remind myself to delete that, or else it takes the track sometimes an uncomfortable amount of time to open. I am going to quickly go warm up some leftover pizza from yesterday because I am hungry, and I'm currently just running on lemons. I'm running on lemons, water, and sugar right now, which is not ideal. And when I get back, I'm just going to go heat it up. I'm probably going to eat it in here, so it'll only take me about 3 minutes or so. But when I get back, we're going to open up another track that's actually not Dropout. Dropout, I'm probably going to do it towards the end of the stream, but we're going to open up another track and see if we can build that out a little bit more. But a track that I did make in a previous stream. Whew, oh goodness. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, sit tight, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. A while ago in the stream, I opened up or I started a song, and I don't remember why I called it Being a Man, but that is the title of it, the tentative title of it. And recently, I did something really. I chopped up some stuff and did something different with the outro. So I'm gonna start cleaning up some stuff about that. So some of you guys might recognize this song from the earlier, from like maybe a month ago in the live stream. Oh, it's Little Caesars. It's Little Caesars Pizza. I am actually gonna go off camera and off mic while I eat this, but I'm still gonna be working on music, so just give me patience, I guess. So that's the part that I'm using right now as the sample. Just this last measure. And over here, what I do is I play it, and then I end up like making it a little bit wonky. You'll see. Oh my god. Sorry guys. I'm like trying to re-stretch all of the samples and I didn't realize how many of them
there were, first of all, and I didn't realize how many were set to resample instead of stretching. So I'm like going in and setting the stretch, because the thing is, the second half of this arrangement to me sounds better or more interesting when I have it faster. Like, so this half is fine. This half is fine, is at 125 BPM. But once I get into the second section, I do like it to be like at least up towards like 150, which is wild. Oh wait, dang it, I forgot to restretch something. I just saw it slide. Hold on, 125. Yeah, this isn't set on stretch. Okay, let me get all of these. I wonder if there's a way that I can default record into it being stretched. Who knows? Okay, so I have sorry, I was eating. I have a vocal melody that I hear for this. The problem, or at least my problem lately, is like I can hear vocal melodies. I often hear vocal melodies before I hear lyrics. And coming up with like coming up with lyrics or words to match my vocal melodies is sometimes really annoying. But I'm gonna mess with this anyway. So because this sample, oh no, oh you jerks, he's not set on stretch. Of course he's not set on stretch. I messed up the vocals. Hold on, let me go back to 125 and fix these. I've got to put him on stretch, so sorry, no, I'm definitely not doing it that fast. The only reason I did that is because Actually, yeah, this might be educational. I don't know. So there's this little thing here in a sampler, which is in FL Studio. Let me open one. So here is a sampler. And so what a sampler has, let me close everything else except the sampler so it's not distracting for anybody. So, here is your sampler. A sampler is going to have your waveform down here, right, at the very bottom. And then up here, there's going to be a lot of things that are going to alter just that sample. Sounds obvious, but let me walk through it anyway. So you can do like the length of the sample, where the sample starts. You can reverse the sample, which if you've seen me make music, you've seen me do quite a bit. You can reverse the sample, you can normalize it, yada, yada, yada. You can add transients to it. You can add bleeding to it so that it doesn't have that popping sound when it ends. But no bleeding. But the reason that I'm bringing this up is because up here for the mode, there's a lot of different modes. There's resample, there's stretch, whatever, elastic. There's a lot here. I'm not going to go over every single one. But resample and stretch are the two that I'm going to talk about the most in this particular example. So if you have it to resample and you change the BPM of the song, like up here in this thing, if you have it set to resample, what it's going to do is it's going to literally re-trigger the sample at that different BPM, which is why the voices sounded like chipmunks. But if you want the song to get faster without changing its pitch, again, without resampling, you would set it to stretch so that it can get faster without changing its pitch. Now, the problem that I had earlier is that, oh, crap. Why does that happen? The problem that I had earlier was that as I was trying to change the BPM for this second half so that it wasn't this slow, when I tried to speed it up, it was messing up a lot of the samples back in this area. And the reason it was messing them up is because they weren't set to stretch. They were set to resample. So if you hear this section, if you hear this, like, this vocal, scat vocal, sounds like that at 125. Now, when it's set to stretch, which it currently is, I can speed that up all the way to 200 beats per minute, and it'll still hit those same exact notes. It'll just be faster. Let me say it so it loops. And I can slow it down, and it'll just stretch. See? So you can make it stretch like that. However, if I don't have it set to stretch, what it does is it'll re-trigger the sample. So if I do it at resample, this is what it sounds like at 125. And this is what it sounds like at 222 beats, or 220 beats per minute. Here's what it sounds like at 76 beats per minute. See, it's compensating for the different BPM by resampling at a different rate instead of stretching the actual waveform. So stretch is a little bit cleaner. Like if you think about if you've ever gone to a club, have you ever gone to a club? Hopefully you've gone to a club at some point in your life. If you've gone to a club, maybe you've heard a DJ play a song, and if you're particularly anal about song speeds, you might notice that a song is being played slower or faster than it normally is, but the notes are still hitting the same. Not everything sounds like chipmunks, right? If you think about when you speed up a recording, typically it makes everything sound like chipmunks. You know, it's all fast and high-pitched. But there's a way to do that. There's a way to play things faster without having the pitch go wild, and that is just to set the sample to being stretched instead of being resampled. So there's your little bit of an educational segment about why I spent a good 5 minutes changing all of the sample delays on here. Cyber is leaving. Goodbye, Cyber. Thank you so much for being in the stream. I appreciate you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday and weekend, because this is the last stream of the week. Now let me get back into it. So if I'm going to set a... I love it. So if I'm going to set a... I love it. Sorry. That's something. The reason that I'm happy is because that whole thing, the whole like sample, resample, and sample stretch is something that I actually didn't know this time last year. And so doing BPM changes in the middle of songs was always so daunting and annoying because it would ruin everything. Actually, I think I need to open some old projects and fix that in old projects because, yeah, that's very important information. Okay, so I'm gonna set a quick BPM change here, starting here, going into this bit. So let me go up to my BPM. I'm gonna do create automation clip. Now here's where things get kind of weird. This is a thing that I don't exactly know how to do in Fruit Loops. I wish that there was a way that I can just like punch in values. Maybe there is, and I just don't know how to do that yet. But oh, literally says type in value down there. But that won't work. That won't work. That won't work because the value is between 0 and 100. And obviously that's not going to correlate well to the BPM, which, you know, is already over 100, even though this is only at, what, 54%. So I'm going to set the lowest to 54%. The minimum will be... Why is the minimum already... Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I don't know why it's already at 54%. It shouldn't be. What if I do that? Oh, it starts at 60? Okay. Okay. I got this. This is one thing that I do wish that FL had a better... I mean, but I guess a lot of people aren't doing, like, tempo augmentation in the middle of a track, so that's fair, I guess. Hold on, let me... alter this so it's 125. Too fast. Oh my god, I'm 1 BPM off. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? Here, hold on. I wish there was a bigger scale I had, right? I wish there was a bigger scale for that, but that's okay. It's either 122 or it's 126. Do I want to just make the song at 126? I guess. I mean, whatever. Create automation clip. Initiate song in this position. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to set the top to... I want to set the top to like 160 or 150. So that's too fast. Oh, whoops. I want to set it to 170, 168, 162, 154, 150. Yay! Something actually worked out. Okay, so now I can erase these two, and it'll start at 125, and then it'll gradually increase. Should have named this segment "How to Do a BPM Change" in the middle of a song. I'm gonna make a new track just for a new track space for the sample. I'm going to rebuild that sample, by the way, because that sample was created before everything was that sample was created before everything was exported, or before everything was mixed. So it's kind of like a poorly mixed sample. So I'm just gonna keep the initiation point. And then later, when I open up the track again, I'm going to, resample that. Resample that, rather. And then I'll save this as filter, make it white. auto name it, group it with above track, boom. And then there's that. We're at about 1. We're at about 1 o'clock, which means there's 2 hours left of the stream. So now I'm going to move on from this one and go over to... Does Something Blue need anything? Let's hear what Something Blue sounds like. I think you can copy and paste the value from the tempo box. Oh, Sproutling. I've moved on to another track, but I see you, and I hear you. That actually makes a lot of sense. Ugh, you're a genius. Thanks, Sproutling. What kind of music do you make, by the way? I just assume that you're in FL Studio if you know that. Wait, let me start it back. And I push this back like that. I wonder if I can get possible. I hate that playback only does one track instead of the entire song. It's okay though. You like lo-fi. Oh, I was asking what type of music you make. Do you mean you make lo-fi? Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, I said that and then I almost immediately heard it. Okay, so a cool tool to use, or that I usually use is, I'm gonna take away all the drums, right? So you just have the music, and then I'm gonna take that music and I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to hold on. Let me make sure my project info is going to get saved here. It is. Okay, so I would take all of that and I will consolidate. Playlist selection from song start. And all that's going to do is take all of this down here and it's going to turn it into a solid waveform. See? It's up here at the top now. It basically just took the entirety of the song and turned it into one wave. Now, one of the main reasons I like doing this is because if I'm looking for like chop points, it keeps me from having to chop the entire track, right? And I also don't really have to I mean, technically this is resampling, but I don't have to do any like time-consuming resampling. So now I can unmute everything. Wow, that's loud. So I can unmute everything. Let me just go through here with the unmute wand. make sure that I got everything back sounding good again. Obviously, this is very loud, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the kick, I'm going to take the sample, I'm going to throw it here, and then I'm going to take the kick and I'm actually going to side chain it. We've talked about sidechain quite a bit in the streams. It's a tool a lot of producers use. I'm using it really for the bare minimum, which is just to duck it underneath the kick so that I can hear the kick and the beat more underneath the sample. And so now I'm going to go hunting for chops. It's still so loud, Jesus. Sorry, guys. I know that's annoying. So if I went there, and then I went here. Where is it? There it is. So if I went like, if I grabbed that one, then I shrunk this like that, 100 smackaroos for gross beat. What? What? Oh, you're talking about how much gross beat costs. Oh. Word. Is it really $100? That's dope. Sounds like I'm humming the freaking Under Pressure bass line. Boom, 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 boom. Hold on. Oh me, oh my. What a guy. Then I'm gonna put a little bit of this on it. Talk about gross beat, baby. Where's my gross? How can I make this gross? Too much. I don't want it, but I do want the gate effect. I want this. Not that one. No. No. I want that off. I want it gone. I want it gone. I want the gross beat gone. Ooh. So it would essentially start here. Yeah, that's what we want. That's what we need. We're gonna put him right here now. And then let me grab my my filter. I'm going to set really, really low in the very beginning. Like that. I say like that, but you know what I mean. I'm going to set the minimum to 20%. 22%, sorry. And then I'm going to get a step. And I'm going to put him right here at the beginning. Sorry. Where is the beginning? Where did I put it? I'm going to put it right here. And then I'm going to have it gradually increase, you know? You know, like Filter House does. And then I want to have like some choppy, you know. So that's the initial. That's when we're bringing him in. I'm actually having fun now, guys. Hold on. That's when we're bringing him in. Let's get. Oh my God, it's so stupid. Sorry. I hate sometimes how minute my chops are, and so I can't just grab things from this far with I have to like really pay attention to make sure I'm getting everything. Anyways. Whoa, what happened to the music? Oh, my bad. Oh, I forgot to add the thingy. Wait, it was supposed to start here? Hold on. Wow. No. That's interesting though. I'm learning. This is hilarious. Deeper sidechain. Enough of that. Wait, what song is this? Oh my goodness, I completely forgot what I was doing. This isn't right. I forgot about this guy down here. Oh, I did say I was going to try to use this as a sample bass. Hold on, let me slide this over because I've forgotten what the actual song even sounds like. Oh yeah. What is happening? What is this song turning into at this point? Oh, okay, okay. What if I, instead of having it go to that second little chord, I did like a weird little like stutter thing in here where it was like BBD. It went like that. Yeah. Stupid. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put an ARP in here. Okay. Insert poison. Remember this guy? Hold on, let me turn off the chorus and the delay. And the sync. And the LFO. Jesus, like the default has like everything on. And the envelope. And the freaking detune. Oh my god. Unison pan. It still sounds weird. Yeah, see, it's got that on it. Hold on. There we go. Then I'm gonna put the ARP on, baby. And then I'm gonna add a new track. My mouse is being weird again. Sometimes my mouse gets like really sticky. Like not like physically, but it's just like the cursor sticks for some reason. I'm just gonna do one like that. And then I'm just gonna make it really agreed. Oh, where is it? Where did I put it? Okay. Create automation clip. Oh, I do like it. I do like that sound. erase everything before it first. This is so cool, actually. I'm gonna do it one more time through and then we can move on to dropout. Sorry, I think that's the lead line I probably want to use. I didn't record it. I was just saying how it felt with the keys. I definitely have another lead line that does the da 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 da, those like ascending notes. So I feel pretty confident that I will not forget it. Because I am going to move on to. Dang, I do really like that. This build of this song. The song ended up becoming pretty cool. That's good. I like it. I'm gonna have to. Something Blue turned out to be pretty dope. Something Blue did. I mean, before the resampling, it already sounded okay, but definitely changed the quality of that song a lot. I'm happy with what's done on that. Now we can get a dropout. One of the first things I'm gonna do in dropout is I'm gonna clean up this sample bay. So anytime for people that don't use FL Studio, anytime you record something in the FL Studio, it saves it in a weird, kind of hard to find sometimes ghost directory. If not, even if you set it to a custom directory, which I usually do, for example, if I go into projects, all of everything I record is going to be saved in this sample bay over here. But as you can see, they're not exactly named helpful things. They're kind of just all called dropout and then the date and time and then the insert number that they were recorded in. So it's super, super not helpful. And so I can't tell the difference between things that are useful over here and things that are not. So what I'm going to do really quickly, or maybe a little bit in a time-consuming way, is I'm going to go through here and I'm going to get rid of a lot of these unnecessary samples that I didn't end up using. Now, since I do a lot of color coding to my tracks, like what you can see here in the playlist thing, a lot of my tracks already have color. So an easy way for me to kind of like spot check recordings. Wait, what's this? Hold on. This doesn't have any color. What is this? Oh, it's solo stuff. Okay, so let me actually just name and color these really quick. This one will be called Solo 1. It'll be this weird orange color. This will be called Solo 2. It'll be this weird like khaki color. And so a cool thing for spot checking is now when I go and I look for the waves that I didn't use, they should stick out like a sore thumb as a gray. So see here, if you look over in this kind of side drop down menu, a lot of the things that I didn't use will be grayed out. And this is a little bit time consuming, but I have to go through and look at each individual number. This one's 132305, so it's the final one here, so I can go ahead and delete that one. Perfect. This one, 132129. Found that one. I can delete that. Perfect. You can also delete them here. I guess while this is going on, I can do a quick like demo of the song. I can play the song. hold on. There's something I want to add in here. There's one thing that's like kind of bothering me. It sounds empty. Right there, sorry. There's just a part before the legato string comes in where I'm like, something should go there. Something should go there. It's like negative space. Right there, right there. Right there. Okay. What is that? Oh my god, what kind of mic do I have? Oh, every time I turn it up, I can hear the AC behind me, and it's really annoying. Hi Sky, by the way. An Audio Technica, I believe. It's like an Audio Technica. It's pretty cheap, like low-end mic. It actually came, at Guitar Center, it like came with this arm, and it came with these headphones, and it came with the cable. It was like it reminds me of those guitars that Guitar Center would sell, where it's like it's not like a Fender Stratocaster, but it's like, or Fender Telecaster. It's like the crappier version of that, and it comes with like a little tiny amp. It's like for like kids that want to get into the blank. I think this entire setup was like $100. It's pretty cheap for everything, and everything is cheap. I mean, I feel like if somebody was actually serious about mic stuff, they would use something nicer than this. But this is what I'm using to answer the question. I don't like that run through of it that much. Hold on. Luckily, I did several takes. Oh, and the last one got cut out. Yeah, maybe it's just too. Maybe it's too dense. It's too dense, like the notes that I chose. Hold on, let me clean that out really quickly. Why is it still playing? Oh, because I clicked on it. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Sorry, I did like a million takes. I'm not gonna use all those, of course. I just wanted to make sure I got several because the first few probably aren't gonna be good. Wood panel. That's what they call good enough. All right, now that I got that take, gonna minimize it a little bit. There. I still feel like those things could sit better in the mix, but for right now, in the interest of time. Oh, whoa, he's not triggering. Oh. Okay, sorry. Let me put him where he belongs really quick. He's in channel 42, which means I can turn him up a little bit now. legato strings finally. Ugh. I hate it. I hate doing that. I hate it when I have to like re-record something that's like now become like foundation of the song. But that's okay. We're gonna open it up really quick. So beforehand to the five. I actually don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I never know when I'm getting a accurate read of the chat because the chat's so delayed. But to the 5 people that are actually still watching, I'm gonna explain what I'm doing with these strings. So when I earlier recorded these legato strings, something really weird was happening in it, like specifically that. Hear how that like kind of like fades out and then pops back in? I hate that, and it even kind of happens a little bit for the high one. And so I'm going to redo those really. I might leave the high one. The bottom one is the one that I have the big problem with. So I'm going to quickly open up play again. So for like strings and like woodwinds and stuff like that, I used to use Contact. I don't use Contact anymore. I use something called Play. And one of the main reasons, I think that the quality of the sounds, you know, like whether the violins sound real or not, like you're going to get a real violin sound no matter what sample library you're using. But the reason that I like Play in particular is because Play has articulations, like weirder articulations, right? Like the legato like bending between like one string and another. And a lot of sample libraries don't have that. So that's one of the main reasons that I use this one. But I wasn't using this exact setting when I recorded this one, and something weird happened. So I'm going to re-record this really quick. That should have got it. Hold on. Let's hear how it sounds combined. That's a lot better. That's a lot better than what it was. So I'm just gonna quickly grab this, resample that, legato, call it legato low. Then we're gonna put in. Then we're going to just go grab the legato low and slap it in here underneath the one that was already recorded. This one is in 24. I just want to make sure that they're going to the same place. So you put them in the same mixer channel. Now let me hear it. That's way better. That's miles better than what it was sounding like. So I'm happy with that now. Oh, I don't like that. It doesn't end at the same time. Ooh, I'm gonna find a way. because I'm lazy. Hold on, let me just take this, turn on the cross bleeding. I swear if this ruins it, I'm gonna be very upset. Sounds fine to me. Okay, so I cleaned up the legato slur. All of this, guys, all of this whole section of the song is just the bridge. So after the second chorus, we break down to like this jazzy piano chill loop. Here. Oh, I forgot to copy over the MX61 bits. So I added these to the first half. I'm just gonna slide them over here to the second half as well. These are like the little like lead lines I just did. Wow, I need to adjust these two really quickly. They're the last two, I believe. '43 and 44. They're all ending up like around 40. I mean, sorry, about 4 minutes, which is annoying only for me. But this, I feel pretty good about this one. The bridge, because this is the track that's going to have no vocals, right? So the bridge feels still like there needs to be something here in this breakdown. I think that there needs to be something more in the bridge here, but I just don't know what that is at this point in time. So I'm going to leave it as is. That's fine. Yeah, I like it. Sorry, I'm messing with mic stuff. All right, I'm gonna leave it there. But this song, I mean, once I get this bridge done, I feel like this section, the whole like the choppy dance section, I feel like that's like at like 90% right now as far as like completion. The bridge still needs quite a bit of work. But yeah, this whole section, I might put like a weird like ARP in here just to fill in some of the negative space, because like initially there really is nothing happening. Really, there's nothing happening in this section except for like the beat and the chops. That's kind of it. And so adding all the other stuff around there does like help fill in some of the gaps, but I'm looking more for like a constant going on in there, kind of like how I have the ARP in, kind of like how I have the ARP in the track that we just worked on, the Beena Man track. And so I think once I get that done and toggle a little bit with like some of these lead lines, this is like 90%. I feel good about this one. I still don't like the way this like sample bait looks though. It's just really messy to me. Something Blue, we've gotten to a new point. It's got that weird Daft Punk sound. Beena Man is the one where we put in the BPM change. Bus Fare is a track that I think is at its completion point. It's at like its completion point as far as I bought less streams on Bandcamp, says Alpha. Oh, thanks, Alpha. I didn't even realize you were still in here. I appreciate you. Wow. It's a lot of music. A lot of music going on the phone. Wait. Oh, this is Bus Fare. I guess the song, yeah, it's close to the completion point. I'm gonna really quickly though just like clean up some of the tracks, like you can see some automation clips and stuff like that up here. I'm gonna do that really quick. that hi-hat. The hi-hat's coming in like so hard. Oh, thanks, Alpha. Oh, the reason the hi-hat's coming in hard is because it's not going to a mixer channel. So it's completely unmixed. Jesus. Skylar Spence or Daft Punk. I like the either or. I'll take the compliment, Alpha. Isn't Skylar releasing new music soon? I'm just joking. I know he is. This part's funny to me. That cut loop, because that should be up here with the drums. Hold on, let me move him up. He should be up with the drums. Let me recolor him. And then, oops, and then I can recolor the Hubba Bubba part. Now, here's the problem. Like, it sounds really cool as is. I like the way it sounds, like super minimal and not overdone. But I do still, and maybe this is like the Omni in me, but I do still feel like it, like more can be added. Of course I feel that way. Whoa. 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 The heck is that? Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, whoa. Because he's stuck to that guy. Oh, whoa. I have to remove him. Remove the separator. The automator. Okay. Anybody else get that reference? This doesn't seem to be going anywhere, actually. This part here, this love filter, I don't know what that love filter's on, but I'm pretty sure it's not the... Oh, it's completely automated out. Hold on. So if I were to go... I could go like this. I could go like... I could, for this part, I could have the filter in. Oh, no, that's stupid. Okay, let me just delete it then. Just delete it. It doesn't seem to be serving a purpose right now, so I'm gonna delete the filter. I had a filter because I think maybe earlier on I was like, oh, I should filter the sample in, but now it doesn't seem to need it. I like it kind of just coming in raw. That's interesting. Alpha says, I bought Prom King on CD. I was sweating I was sweating between that or vinyl because there was only a $2 difference. My check was out. My checkout was $110, but there was some error, so I only paid $50. I don't know what I was going to get nowadays. Now, anyways, the interesting thing. No, I'm not gonna talk about. That. That's really cool that you bought Prom King, though. Me and the first time I ever met Skylar Spence or Ryan or Saint Pepsi or whatever you're calling him, Cash Wednesday. The first time I ever met him was actually in my home state of Arizona. He came through Arizona and played. He played. Why did I go see him? Actually, what the heck? I don't know why I went to go see him. I feel like... Why was I there? I definitely knew his music. Why did I go to that show? That's really weird. I never thought about that. But I went to go see him at a place called Crescent Ballroom in Phoenix, Arizona. And I remember my friend Dusty kind of came along with me, just like as like a kind of like a tag along. Like I don't think he knew any of St. Pepsi. He was performing at St. Pepsi. I don't think he knew any of St. Pepsi's music at the time. But crap, was that? Yeah, I went there, and then I ended up going up to him afterwards and like talking to him. I guess maybe we were like friends online, like SoundCloud. It's just weird to think that I went to a show in Arizona, just because I saw Skylar Spence on a flyer. But I get maybe we were more tight back then. Anyways, hung out with him and talked for a little bit because I really wanted to remix the song Fiona Coin. And I remember him at the time. He was like, "I don't have the stems for that. You should hit up Ricky Eat Acid," because he did a remix of it and he probably still has the acapella. And I was like, oh, okay. So I hit up Ricky Eat Acid, and Ricky Eat Acid like opened the message and just didn't reply to it, which, you know, to be fair, if you're a producer and somebody just hits you up and they're like, yo, can I get this acapella? So and so said it's cool. Like, I probably wouldn't reply to that either. Well, no, I would reply, but I don't know if I'd give them the acapella. Anyways, I sent Ricky Eat Acid this this message. He doesn't reply, and then years later, like this is 2014, I want to say 2013 or 14, and then what are those chords? Da, 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 da. Oh, I should have put down the MIDI for those chords. Anyways, years later, not only do I end up like becoming better friends with Skylar Spence. That's not necessarily the point of the story, but the point of the story is way later. Ricky Eat Acid ended up marrying my friend Kitty, like Kitty, the singer, rapper, Kitty Pride. Used to go by Kitty Pride, still may. Anyways, Kitty. He ended up marrying Kitty, and then he played a show with me because Kitty was on tour and I was playing that show. And there was this like weird moment where I was like meeting him and shaking his hand and talking to him. And he was like, oh man, love your music, yada, yada, yada. And he was saying all these nice, you know, flattering things. And I was like, all I could think about is like how he just like left me on red in 2014. I'm like, he probably has no idea that I'm the same person that like asked him for an acapella like, I don't know, 4 years ago, and he like completely ignored me, and now he's just like, oh man, you gotta send me some stuff, like we gotta work on something. I was just like, wow, that's weird. Anyway, shouts out to Ricky Eat Acid and Kitty Pride. Both of them are amazing, and they live in Florida now, so I never get to see them. He never came to Austin, says Alpha, talking about Skylar Spence, St. Pepsi, Ryan, Cash Wednesday. Only found out later he played in San Antonio, which is like the Florida of Texas. So don't think I'd have pulled up anyway. That's really funny. I like the term the Florida of Texas. Jesus Christ, because Texas is already kind of a nightmare. But referring to a place as the Florida of Texas, Jesus. Heaven help me. All right. The clap sounds so abrasive, but I can't tell if that's because my headphones are up really loud. Yeah, they were just up too loud. This really funny thing happens in music production where you just get used to hearing something one way so long that you're unaware that it's off or that it's wrong or that it's bad. And then you fix it, and you're kind of afraid that you're going to ruin the song, but you're like, oh no, that's much better. That's actually way better than what I was doing. Those strings are way too loud also. Way better. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing when I initially made this song. Trying to blow my eardrums out, I guess. here's what I want to do to help intro that section. I do want to have a reverse crash. I have used the same reverse crash symbol in songs for the past 4 years. No, that's no exaggeration. Legit 4 years. No one's ever called me out on it. I've tried. Like, I've done that thing where I've tried to use a different one where I'm just like, I don't want to use this one anymore. Like, let's lighten it up. With change comes growth. But then every single time I try, I just don't like it as much. And I guess, like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Just gonna go ahead and send that to a mixer channel and turn it down because right now it's deafening. Guys, you know something that's really weird now that I'm listening to this? I'm sorry, I'm going to let you guys know what was going on in my head. I had like an inner monologue going on. I was listening to this kick specifically. Now this kick is, before I say anything wrong, let me actually open it up to make sure what I'm saying is about to be right. Yeah, it's very, very not poorly, but I'd say minimally mixed. All I've done to this kick is cut out, I've done the bare minimum. I've cut out like 20 hertz and below, as far as like the frequency range. Like I've cut out some of those mid 20 range. But other than that, it is what it is, right? And this weird thing happens with me anyway. Like a lot of people listen to music, then they'll listen to them on their monitors. Like I do have some pretty nice monitors that in my room that I listen to music on, but nothing like, honestly, this is me, this is whoever else in the stream is a music producer. Nothing beats like going to a venue when you're playing your show. Maybe you're sound checking or maybe you're just playing and you're hearing your music come through like a club sound system for the first time. This can be like really cool because a lot of the time it can like make your beat sound bigger. You're like, oh, this is what it's meant to be heard on. Like this is how it's supposed to be heard, like on the dance floor. But also something that can happen is you can hear huge glaring errors in your music that you couldn't hear maybe on your home sound system or on your headphones or on your laptop speakers, because there's just so much more that these speakers in the club are like bringing to light. And sometimes I've gone out and I've heard a song and I've been like, oh, I did it. Like I did it. I made the song hit hard. Like I made the song like you can feel the song. And there's other times where I've played the song out at clubs and it sounded so dinky and like paper thin by comparison to other songs that were coming on maybe over the course of that evening. And something I just realized as I'm mixing this song is I haven't heard my songs on a sound system in a very long time. Some people honestly never do. Some people never get the opportunity to hear their songs in a club or hear their songs being played in a venue, which is, is something. But yeah, like a lot of the songs that I've been making in 2020, I have actually no idea how these songs sound in a club. So whenever shows can happen again, I finally am able to play again. Like I'm gonna need to club test a lot of these before I just like try to book a tour, because I have no idea how these sound. Like they sound great to me. I'm sure it sounds decent on like your phone speakers or your headphones, whatever you're listening to it on. But screw loudness war in the club. Thank you, Umbe. Umbe, always dope. Also, this really weird thing happens in production and in performance where I'll be making a song and I'm like, this doesn't sound full enough. This doesn't sound like a quote unquote song. And guys, if you gave me if you gave me a dime for every time I've been in a live setting, whether I was out at the club with my friends, or I was out at a show with my friends, or I was at a show that I was performing later, or I was at a show watching somebody that I appreciate, and they've played a song that's literally been like, I'm not here to knock house. House is the basis of a lot of the stuff I do here. The basis of this is house. The basis of a lot of the stuff that I make is house. I'm not here to knock house, but if you know house, I mean house, not soul house, not neo house, not electro house, not deep house, not bass house, not. If you just know house music, that music is. Oh man, that music is bare bones. It's like, it's 4 on the floor kick, maybe some clap, and then it's just like maybe a sample playing. Maybe like some really minimal bass. It's like nothing that's happening in those songs, and I've seen people absolutely lose their minds to stuff like that happens in the club. And I don't know if people are just setting their expectations for musical dynamics so low when they walk into a house set that the smallest things are affecting them in a big way, or if you don't actually need to have a really complex song to affect the crowd. Or to connect with people, because I definitely have some songs in here. I'm gonna open up a few just for example. Go in my Omniboy folder. There's a few songs that I have that touch on that. I was just messing around with Dropout, so I'm not gonna open that. But if I strip away a lot of the details of, say, Cookie Pouch. Also, just keep in mind, guys, all the names that I'm saying for these tracks, they're not real. They're just file names. I need something that when I click save as, I need to type something in there so the directory knows what to save it under. These are not actual song titles or something that they'll be released on Spotify under. But this one, Cookie Pouch, uses a lot of that like house. Wait, hold on. Think of them like Socks Mini Ninja. It's just like socks. Yeah, I have multiple pairs of socks, but I mean it's not for the stream. It's just what I wear. But back to what I was saying. So this is a house foundation, I would say. Ew, this kick sounds horrible, by the way, by itself. A lot of these kicks sound horrible by themselves. This is house. If you think about most like house, you know, electro house, blah, 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 even electro swing, which, yeah, is house music, whether any of us would like to admit that or not. It has that same, you know, 4 on the floor, you know, claps or a snare on the 2s and 4s, kick on the 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe a hi-hat between them. It's like your house build. It's also a disco build. That finger bell is beautiful. But that's the same build for this song. Yo, this song is actually fun when you take away half of the stuff in it. What the heck? Wait, where's the automation? I have no idea where the automation is for this. Oh, there it is. See, this is a house build. This is probably the most minimal song I have when it comes to like house builds, right? Now there's other stuff going on around it that I can play. Hold on. It's like it has chords in it like towards the end here. You know, I built it up with like these piano chords to break the monotony of like the house beat. I'm so happy I saved the MIDI for this, by the way, because I do not remember it. I like did not memorize these chords at all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how I came up with these. That's wild. Good on me, I guess. Oh, thanks, Mini Ninja. I appreciate you. And then I just covered it with a bunch of ARP stuff. So there's the piano. Here's the ARP. Same chords. Here's Rhodes piano. Same chords. There it is. Oh. Really quickly, I do this. You get it. You get the point. I add a new bass line, which I love. I did this bass line in the stream. Some of you guys probably weren't there. I don't know how often you guys have been in the stream, but this was like way back. Like, I think Morning Medley in the studio, like number 2 or something. The second time I did the production stream. That's all MIDI too. That's all MIDI. I did not play this in. I love that sound. I'm gonna use that sound more often. The weird slide whistle thing. I've had this sound, guys. I've had this sound since like 2012. This one. I've had that sound for so long. I just didn't know how to use it, and it works really well in just the outro of this song, like going into the art. The bass is not 3x Osk. The bass is something called Sawyer, this guy. It is Sawyer. I don't know how much this is, but this came with my version of Fruity Loops, so I bought the like producer edition, or I got the producer edition, I should say. And it came with this. It's pretty good. It's a good analog mimicky synth, because there's like like this keyboard over here, my microKORG, not this guy, but this guy up here, has dope analog bass sounds. The only reason I didn't use that is because I knew I was going to be doing like really small minute cuts, like those super minuscule notes, like these up here, like these ones. I just didn't trust myself to be able to play those with like very precise timing. And so I, instead of like going in and having to cut and quantize, I just used a Sawyer. You do. Umbe does own it. Honestly, Umbe, listen to me. So there's this thing in Fruity Loops. Hold on. What button is it? What button is it? What button is it? What button is it? Well, oh, that's not it. I was trying to pull up the actual button, because I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what it is. But the plugin chooser, basically. This thing. Oh crap! What the heck just happened? Whoa! I can hover over it. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's a thing that you guys couldn't see, so it doesn't matter. But the plugin picker, you know what I'm talking about. There's a. Uh-oh. What just happened? Oh, okay. Nothing happened. There's a plugin picker, and it won't show up on this screen probably because it's like a weird overlay. But I opened that up, Umbe, and I was just like, what actually is on here? Because I felt like I was using like Reverb 2, Fruity Reverb 2. I was using Paramedic EQ 2. I was using a lot of yeah, you guys can't see that. That sucks. Anyways, I was using a lot of the same plugins. But there's so many things in Fruity Loops, Umbe and company, that I do not ever really touch. There's something called VFX Keyboard Splitter. There's another synth, a classic synth called Toxic Biohazard. There's like a lot of stuff in here. And granted, some of it just kind of isn't for me. But even more of it is stuff that I just look at, I get intimidated in the first like few seconds, and I just don't dig any further. Or I'll open up, for example, hold on. So let's just open up one. GMS, right? So here's a synthesizer called GMS. I do not use the synthesizer. Let's see what it sounds like at open. That's what it sounds like at launch, right? Sounds horrible. So let's just go through some of the presets really quickly. If I can figure out how to do that. Okay, so that's not bad. Some of this isn't. Some of this is horrible, right? That sounds dope, but I never use whatever the heck this is. I just don't use it. I mean, I think every producer kind of has their toolkit that they return to a lot, and this is something that I can confidently say has never appeared in any of my songs, but I just had a cool sound on it, and that was before me even tweaking it. Of course, I would tweak it because I like tweaking presets. If it's 3 exhaust, I like just shaping from a sine wave, but I do like opening up some of these other things and just picking up a preset and then tweaking the heck out of it and getting, my own patch. But the point I'm making here, Umbe, is that, yeah, you're saying you didn't realize you owned Sawyer. There's so many things in here that I don't realize I have, or don't realize that I could get a lot of good use out of. Okay, I really want to do vocals on something that says Mini Ninja. I've got my XLR mic right here, and I'm dying for a sound to use or something, or sing for someone, or anything, really. I mean, that's good to hear. That's good to hear, Mini Ninja. Mini Ninja's hungry. Mini Ninja's hungry for Vox. Might just buy a bunch of plugins to mix it up. I feel you, Umbe. I feel you, Umbe. I feel you. You know what's interesting, Umbe, is... So, I talk from, like, a really weird position because I am somebody... I can admit stealing. I can admit stealing a while ago because I'm not there anymore. But I was somebody who used to pirate everything. And the reason I pirated everything is because, 1, I didn't have the money. 2, even if I did have the money, I would probably use it on video games and not creative stuff. So that's a bit of some honesty from, I don't know, Teenage Omni. I was pirating everything. And then I ended up making, my first few dollars with music. And I was like, I should use this money to buy some things. And I did. But I used that money to buy synthesizers, like physical ones, right? I didn't use it to buy, what you're seeing on your screen. I didn't use it to buy, like, soft synths. And later on, way later down the line, I ended up doing, like, official things. And when I say official stuff, I don't really need to get into it, but I was, like, working with bigger companies. And it started making me nervous that I was using pirated software. So eventually... I was like, you know what? I'm going to buckle down and buy FL Studio. I'm going to do it. And I went to the website, which, by the way, FL Studio is not expensive, guys. It took me not that long to save up to buy it. But the part of this conversation that makes me a little bit of a hypocrite, maybe, is that I was like, I'm going to see how much it costs to get FL Studio. I saw how much it was, and I saved up for it. And I was like, I wonder if I'm eligible for some type of discount, Because like they have like student discounts and things like that, but I'm like, I'm not really a student, but maybe if I'm telling them I'm playing these things and I'm playing South by Southwest and I'm gonna be on like the official like Dell Alienware stage, maybe, I don't know, they'll give me like 10 or 15% off or something like that. And so I messaged or I emailed Image Line and asked them, and I was just like, yeah, I'm Omniboy, here's my press kit, and like here's some of the things that I've done. Do you guys offer any like discounts for just, you know, like professional musicians or something like that? And they just gave it to me for free. The dude was like, "Oh my god, we know who you are. Don't you already use our products anyway?" And I was like, "Yeah, but like, I'm just gonna be honest, they're pirated. But I do have the money. I have the money, and I'm willing to spend it." Down there, like, "Oh no, we got you. Like, you're like constantly posting like FL videos anyway," and people had bought FL just because of me, so they did give me a completely like decked out version of FL Studio. So I did not buy this. That's why earlier when I said like, "Oh, I bought the producer version," and then I corrected myself and said, "Oh, I got the producer version." I will say that failing upwards is not something that I'd recommend. I wouldn't recommend stealing things and then just hoping to get like popular and like semi-recognizable and famous enough that people give you stuff. But in one case in my life, that did work out. In one case, one situation that did work out. In fact, this right here, this drum sequencer, that was also free. ImageLine just sends me stuff now because I make so many Fruity Loops videos. However, if you're trying to get like in a company's good graces, I don't know if any of you guys are like trying to get sponsored by anything. If you're looking to get in the company's good graces, a really easy and good way to do that is by constantly showing yourself using their stuff. I mean, I'm sponsored by Yamaha, and this thing was, you know, Yamaha gifty, but that's just because I had already spent a lot of money on Yamaha stuff and like made a bunch of Yamaha things. Anywho, Umbe says, I've actually been DMing companies because it actually kind of works and no one does it. Yeah, see, Umbe's smart. It does work. The thing is, there's obviously a professional way to go about it. This is not a master class on how to get free stuff. But whenever I've talked to a company, it's never been like, "Hey Roland, hey Yamaha, hey ImageLine, hey Verizon, hey etc. I'm a music producer. Can I have this stuff for free, please?" Or like, "Can I get 50% off because I'm good at music?" It's usually like, "Hey, here's me. This is like, this is my story. And this is what I do. I'm going to buy your thing." Because I always make sure that I'm going to buy it. I'm not like bluffing where I'm just like, "Yes, I'm going to buy it. Can I get a discount?" And then when they say no, I just don't buy it. It's always like, "I'm going to buy the thing. Is there any way you can get me any kind of like discount or anything? Or do you offer any programs for people that use your stuff?" And most of the time, especially if it's like software like this, if it's something as simple as them like sending you a code, they'll be like, "Oh no, we'll like hook it up," especially if you're like promoting the company on a daily basis. Like, it might not seem like a lot, guys, but the fact that I'm streaming every week with a huge like full screen of FL Studio open, it's like, it's free promotion. Like, ImageLine isn't making me do this, you know. I'm just in here doing this, and so it was kind of like a you scratch my back, I scratch yours type of thing. Like, I was already promoting the heck out of their product, and so they hooked it up. But yeah, shout out to ImageLine. They're just notoriously very notorious. They're famously very, very easy to work with, and they wow, this is turning into an endorsement. They treat their producers and their sponsorees very well. Hold on, pause that really quick, because I do want to add this to the end. This is unimportant, but when I first started getting sponsored by companies, I was actually very scared that meant I wasn't allowed to use anything else. For example, I am sponsored by Yamaha, but if you look over here, I'm also sponsored by ImageLine, not Akai, but Akai sent me this, and this micro Korg over here. Korg wants nothing to do with me. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not saying anything bad right now. Yeah, Korg, I don't think Korg wants anything to do with me. I'm just saying, I've talked to Korg. They seem very like, bye. Like, they don't want anything to do with me. However, Roland is very nice. There are some companies that I feel like for whatever reason I have like gotten into the good graces of, and there are some that I haven't. But even though Korg doesn't particularly seem to be very fond of me, that's still an amazing keyboard. So I feature it in all my videos, and like, nobody really cares. I mean, my MIDI fighter, this thing over here, like that's another company that sponsored me, and I have made several videos with that thing. But I was always afraid that just because I was sponsored by Yamaha, it meant I like wasn't allowed to use the competitor, or because I was sponsored by ImageLine, it meant I wasn't allowed to use Cubase. Which, I mean, for some people, I'm sure that's true. So, shout out to those people with their restrictions and whatnot. Okay, so something really cool about this track is if I minimize it, you'll notice that there's a huge chunk of the song that takes a break and it comes back over here. And it was because I took the entirety of the song and I chopped it up, as I am wont to do, and I ended up getting this. And I just put drums underneath it, kind of like that Daft Punk thing from the other song. I like that part. Now I have a vocal line like in my head for this part. I'm not gonna record it here on the stream, but I'm definitely gonna record it in like later this week, because I hear something for when the chords start at this part. Wait, at this part. The problem with that, the only problem, the problem with that is sometimes I will hear. Sometimes, I mean, for anybody in the stream that has made music, especially if you're thinking about like actual instruments, right? Like maybe you're thinking like, oh, I can hear piano here. I was at once a session musician. For people that don't know what a session musician, it's basically you basically are a tool for other artists. Like somebody will be in the studio and they'll be like, I can hear this bass line, but I don't know enough about bass to be able to pick the right bass textures and to be able to perform it accurately. So they will hire somebody called a bass session musician who will come in and they might hum to him like ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, or maybe play the notes on the keyboard, and then the bass player will go in there and just, you know, hammer it out in a few moments, and it just makes everybody's life a little bit easier. Sometimes I will hear vocals that there is no way that I, Omni Rutledge, can perform. There's just no way that I can perform them. Not only because they're out of my frequency range, but because they're out of my timbre too, like just the shape and quality and texture of my voice. They're outside of that. But the very specific vocal bit that I'm hearing in here, hold on. Oh man, the vocal line I'm hearing is like wait, Mini Ninja, you're not even hearing me out. What if this isn't even something you can do? The vocal line that I'm hearing, whoa. Mini Ninja's icon's dope. I'm sorry, I'm just now seeing it for the first time. The point that I'm making, Oh, the vocal line that I'm hearing is like definitely like four black disco soprano falsetto women. It's like not. It's like not. And it's like I can slash probably will do it. I want to. I would just tag in Mia, but I feel like I have I feel like I have a limited amount of Mia tags. Like Mia Gladstone is who I'm talking about, but Mia is like amazing and prolific vocalist, and I feel like because we're so close, we can kind of just call each other whenever. Like if Mia ever needs like dope keys or weird chords, she'll hit me up, and if I ever need like Mia voice, I can hit her up. But I feel like I have to choose my tags wisely. Like I can only maybe tag her 3 more times before I have to do something really huge for her. So I'm like, I'm sitting in there. Mia's dope, and I'm hearing there's a very specific thing that Mia does with her voice. Put a pin in that. Thanks, Mini Ninja. I'm glad that you like Not on My Watch. Put a pin in this though, because I like it. Hold. That's the melody. That's the melody it's supposed to hit. Hold on. Let me get to the chorus bit. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like in my head. But there's like a chorus. There's several voices and there's a few harmonies in there. But I even have the lyrics, guys. I've just been sitting on this for so long. I thought I lost this track. That's why I haven't done the lyrics to it. Mini Ninja's getting an award. If I could give out trophies, Mini Ninja, and YouTube streams, you're getting a trophy just for being the most and possibly the only active person in the chat. But that is the vocal line. And then Mini Ninja says you should add a minor. Mini Ninja, I don't know what that is. I don't know what music theory is. I don't know what adding a minor means. If there's not a minor in there yet, I don't know that I want one. At the end. I love this. Just last night I was looping this and I kept like I had, hold on, I had like this set to the spectrogram. I had it set to spectrogram, and I just kept like looping that. Why is it loop for that long? Oh my god, 8 minutes. Oh, that's right. It's a completely different song. If honestly, if I put these two on the same, because all of what you guys are hearing here, it's just this song chopped up. It's just this chopped up. I do love that second part. And the funny thing is I have never recorded that lead line, Mini Ninja. This is pretty old. I wish I had better more accurate logs on here, but this is pretty old. This bit. This that's like really old, but I've never recorded that lead line. I've never recorded the lead line, and somehow I've remembered it. Now, this is not, I don't recommend this this method, but a method that I've used quite a few times is I'll listen to chords and I'll come up with a melody. I'll be like, ooh, that's pretty good. And then I intentionally won't record it. And I'll go to sleep, I'll wait a few days, and I'll come back to it. And if that melody comes back to me, I'm like, yeah, let's stick with that one. But if I forget it, then I forget it. And I just keep coming up with new ones until one sticks. I have this possibly egregious and detrimental habit of thinking, or way of thinking, that if I come up with a chord progression or a lead line or a melody or an arrangement, and it's strong enough that I can't forget it, like it's so much of an earworm that I wake up the next morning like humming it, then I decide to record it. If it's something that I'm kind of trying to force and push through, and it's not even something that necessarily resonates with me, I feel like I'm like playing lip service, which is stupid, right? Like, I mean, this is my music. I'm not doing it for somebody, so no use forcing anything. And sometimes even a song, like if a song I just can't come up with something to finish it, like it feels unfinished, but I don't know what to add, 4 years ago, I used to just add things just to fill in space, but now I kind of will close that track, which is something that you might notice in this stream. Sometimes I'll even be making headway with a song, but if I feel like I'm starting to add things out of service and out of adding things out of function and not necessarily out of passion, I'll actually close the song. I'll just save the song, close it, and I'll open up a new thing and see if I have any ideas for that, which is why I closed Dropout a little while ago, and that's also why I closed the song before that, the Daft Punk sounding one, and Me Mine, if you remember Me Mine, which we had added a bridge to. Alpha says I can hear this in a game. Oh. I'm glad. This is good to hear. This is a thing I hear often, but it's still sweet. It's still sweet to hear. What kind of game, Alpha? What kind of game? FIFA? Do you hear this in FIFA? So we started off the stream with this song, and I did take a break from it. I'm gonna go back and just kind of revisit it to hear what I added here, with some fresh ears, or somewhat fresh, since I've taken a break from worked on 5 other tracks. Not FIFA. No, not FIFA. I was joking, Alpha. Ooh, Sonic. That'd be chill. This was the first song from the stream. actually I wanna revisit. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to the bridge part really quick because the string part I overlaid actually sounds good with the vocoder. I just don't want to drown it out, you know. I'm trying to figure out the best. Oh, hey Kiwi. I'm trying to figure out the best approach to the string part. The string part being I'm actually really glad that I took a break from this song because this part sounds good now. But when I closed out this song, this part specifically right here. Specifically right there, that part wasn't sounding as good to me when I first arranged it. Like, I mean, it just, you know, I had listened to it on loop for like a solid 20 minutes. So I'm kind of hearing it with fresh ears now, and I'm able to appreciate it a little bit more. And actually, right on top of it, right? It didn't sound like it was something that was going to complement harmony, or I was going to have a lot of opportunities to write harmonies for it. But now I feel it. Okay. Mini Ninja says, how do I mute my microphone in FL? I hate the delay. I have it set up already to where I can hear myself with no delay, and it's doubling up. Oh, tech questions. Hold on. First of all, hey Cyber, hey Kiwi again. Thank you both of you for being here. Alpha says, are these lyrics? Yes. They were a mixture of lyrics and a lot of just like improv. I'm trying to mostly just get the melody of like for the chorus of like that. Oh, I can't hear anything. I can't hear diddly. Oh, there he is. That lead line. That part. I'm just trying to get like melodies right now instead of getting lyrics. Trying to get melodies right now, and then I'll add like actual lyrics like after the fact. Okay. My phone keeps sending prematurely. Sorry. Oh, all right. Sorry. No, it's okay. Oh, that's funny. I do like the way it sounds with them. I'm like, what are these lyrics? This is what I came all the way to YouTube for. Huey says, "Yeah, I've just had your stream open for like hours while I'm doing errands. Sounds really good. Thanks, Kiwi. I appreciate you." We are at the 6th hour, so I do need to start wrapping things up here. But I do like that the legato streams ended up sounding good. So at first I was a little bit preoccupied with trying to make harmony for this. Let me scroll down because my big head's in the way. Trying to make harmonies for this specific section, this section here, because I did like these. Hold on. Oh my God, mouse, work, please. That's all I want. These legato string lines sounded naked, right? Here's the first line. What does that sound like to me? It's Hold on, let me do that again. Specifically this bit? Sounds like an animal or something. Anyways, so that's the first line of it. Let me. That's the first line. And here's the second line. That's a harmony. Sorry, it's a octave. Again, the octave by itself, high. and the first section low, and those are put together. And then I added a harmony to it. This is the harmony. It's very, very sparse, but it's just supposed to add some color so that I'm not only playing one note technically. Hear it in there? Anyways, that sounded really naked to me. Even with the piano, right? It still sounded naked, but when I have the vocals that come over it, or at least the lead line, right? Now the strings enhance. Instead of the strings sounding like basic or boring, they actually are just there to enhance the vocal melody, which again hasn't been recorded yet. So when I was working on this beforehand, I'm getting hot now, stupid son. When I was working on this beforehand, I didn't have that context, right? So now that I do, it actually helps. Okay. Umbe says, uh-oh, I changed the BPM for the outro of this track, and now this almost done song is no longer almost done. It sounds sick. Heck yeah, Umbe. New beginnings, new beginnings. New beginnings at the very end of a track. So just the quick recap, this was the song that began 1 week ago, and when it first began, it was simply keyline backwards. If you're familiar with my song Keyline, then this will sound familiar. If you're not, listen to the song Keyline, because this is just the outro played in reverse. See, so you can hear the lead line that I came up with is actually the guitar from Keyline played in reverse. And the vocal melody is actually the chipmunk vocals from the initial Keyline played in reverse. And that's how this song was written. This song was just written by me 2-3 years ago. I just am doing it. I'm basically writing the same song backwards, and it's opening up a lot of new avenues. And so that was the lead line of this song, the bridge of the hook of the song. And then bridge. And then it just ends with the outro. The outro is basically the same as the verses. So that is the first song that we worked on, which is only a week old. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy week anniversary. Me Mine. The song is called Me Mine tentatively. The file name is called Me Mine, I should say. I should specify that. The second song that we ended up working on in the stream, I believe, was Something Blue. Something Blue has a Milk Eye. I like Milk Eye. Ugh. Ew. I mean, Milk Eye is pretty cool, though. I mean, I like that. Huh. So that's that. This song's called Something Blue. It started off sounding like my typical like jazzy house things. Piano chords from the MX61. I also have a bass line, which is also from the MX61. The sound. And then we add those legato strings in here again. It loops like that for a second. Then we have this bit. Oh, I forgot this one. I like this one. Okay. So then I ended up saving that and saving it as its own song and then chopping it up to make this bit. Anyways, that was the song. It was mostly just the same earlier disco bit, except I chopped up some stuff. That was the second song that we worked on. The third song that we worked on, I think, was Beena Man. Because Beena Man now has a... I love this one. Sorry, I love that one that I just did. Sorry. Hey, what's up, In Wilder Marf? Ein Wilder Marf? Hey, Crow. Yes, we are in hour 6. That's why I'm closing up. This is the recap of everything that we made in this stream. Can you send me something you want vocals on? If you like it, you can have it. If it's not, it's fine. There's nothing currently that I want vocals on that I don't have already like decided for Mini Ninja, and I'm actually like not sending music to people right now. I'm like in a creative cave right now. In fact, a lot of my like producer friends think I'm dead. Creatively, not actually. They think I'm like inactive, I should say, that I haven't been making stuff. This is the first. Started off it like this. Vocals get normalized. They were so loud. Anyways, I took it and I sampled that section of it, and I did a tempo change. just found something. Hold on. Whoa, go back. What the heck? How long have I had that? Whoa. Sorry, guys. I know. I'll be done super soon. Forget that. That's a good melody line. Anyways, crap. I was supposed to be doing a recap. So this was the third song that we worked on today. This was started a little while ago, but this whole second half over here, this like dancey 150 bit, is from today's stream. The first half is from 4 production streams ago. And then the song that we worked on after that was Bus Fare. Although I didn't do a lot of changes to Bus Fare. Bus Fare is pretty finalized in its arrangement. How can you forget this? Stream is recorded, says Alpha. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with my brain. The stream isn't stored in my brain. It's stored on YouTube, so I can still forget stuff. For example, the song Clover Salad was saved on YouTube, and I still forgot that song. And I don't exactly come back and like mine through a 6-hour stream to try to find anything. I can still forget it. I'm not saying it's lost forever. When I say I'm gonna forget something, I just mean in my brain, Alpha and company. But wow, I hope I don't forget that. I ended up cleaning this up a little bit, which is Bus Fare. People know this one. It's older. Song's fun. Anyways, I didn't add anything to that, so I don't want to really count that in my recap. The final song, I'm also not going to count Dropout. We added very, very minimal stuff to Dropout. There was one. I guess I can't remember what the last one was that I ended up doing work on. Oh, it was this? Yeah. This was technically the first one because I was building a bass for Umbe. Umbe wanted to see a bass get built with 3 exhausts, so I did some quick subtractive synthesis to make a bass line for this. was that song? We got a lot done in this particular stream. Oh boy, wow. Sorry, looking at this keyboard, it's in the sunlight, so it's like the keys are like really, really bright. The sun's bouncing right off of them into my eyes, and then looking back at my computer screen, I was blind for a second. So Alpha says, I want to hear this in a club or party with pink and blue lights. Alpha, very, very visual person. Very visual person. Hey, what's up, Noi? Welcome back. You're coming back towards the end of the stream, but that is good. I'm glad that you were here earlier. I'm glad that you are here now. We have finished our recap. I'm going to go ahead and close out on Dropout because that's my baby. Dropout is now my baby song. It's my baby song. Oh no, that's what else we did. Sorry, hold on. We did Cookie Pouch. We did the second half of Cookie Pouch, which ended up sounding pretty dope because I had the vocal line for it. That's why I couldn't remember it, because it's technically not in the studio folder for the stream. Like, I have a folder specifically of songs that I make in the stream, and since this song was technically started outside of the stream, it's not in that folder. It's not in that folder, and so this whole second section, this bit. That bit. So we did those. That was the last one. Again, I'm going to be closing on Dropout now that we finally cleaned that song up. Gotten rid of all of the project file. The recordings that aren't going to be used. This was a pretty funky stream. I feel like everything that was made in this stream was like really like filter housey, French housey, like Ed Bangery, Daft Punky type beat. So that was kind of fun. I think it's reflecting my mood. I feel really alive today. I think it's the lemons, guys. If I'm being honest, I don't know for any of you guys that were here roughly 6.5 hours ago, but I've been doing lemons hard. I also need to fix this. This is really bothering me. But I did a lot of lemons. And so I'm feeling like amped as heck. So maybe that's why I was making really like upbeat hyper music, or hyper for me anyway. For somebody that usually makes kind of like down tempo stuff in the stream. Okay. If you have any last minute questions, I would ask them now because I am out of lemon ice. I am out of pizza. I am out of water. I'm not out of creative energy. I could probably go for another 2 hours, but I want to keep these things 6 hours. I don't want to make it an all-day stream. Plus, I kind of want to play Fall Guys. I started playing Fall Guys yesterday, and I like kind of into it. I don't know. If anybody has PlayStation, I'm going to be on Fall Guys probably right after this stream ends. Lemons are my favorite citrus fruit, says Noi. Oh, that's dope. That's dope. Thanks for opening my eyes to lemons. I don't really like lemons. Like, I don't drink lemonade, but something about like a frozen lemonade treat, it makes it so much more palpable. I think, sorry, not palpable, palatable. Wow. English vocabulary, huh? Anyways, it makes it so much more palatable. I think this is true for a lot of things. If you think of like a Slurpee, when a Slurpee melts, if you just drink it, it's really tart and like almost too sweet. Most things that are like too sweet or too strong, if I like blend them, you know, with ice, or I freeze them and I blend them up, it's more palatable. So yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. What does lemons mean? I want some. It was just lemons. Sorry, I made a lemon ice at the beginning of the stream. I made a lemon ice at the beginning of the stream, Alpha. I know you weren't here for it, but you've been very, very active towards the latter half, and I do appreciate you, Alpha. There's always kind of a lull in the stream. After about 3 hours, usually the stream dies down to where no one's saying anything in the chat. So I do appreciate Mini Ninja and Alpha for being like chat warriors today. Thank you guys. You guys kept me awake. Word up, Cyber. Word up, Cyber. If we're not friends on PSN, just add me if you haven't already somehow, Cyber. I feel like you have, but I have my online like state hidden, so people can't see when I get online and play games because I got in some trouble recently where I told somebody I was busy and then I just started playing video games and they could see me on there and they were like, "Yo, you said that like you said you were busy working today and you couldn't come over," and I was like, "Oh." Word. So now I hide my thing so I can lie to people still. Alpha says, should I wait for PS5 or just get a PS4? Alpha, I would say if you're waiting for a PS5, probably don't get it at launch. So if you're waiting for a PS5, if I were you and I was gonna wait for a PS5, that means I wouldn't have a PS5 until at the earliest, like next fall, winter. I guess it's up to you. If I were you, I would wait for the PS5 since we're so close, but it's easy for me to say as somebody with a PS4, right? I mean, you do you ultimately, but if I were you, I would probably wait for the PS5. Umbe, Umbe, thank you. Usually the thing like does a loud like noise and plays like a gif of me when somebody donates money. I see that you donated it, even though the sound didn't go off. But thank you. Okay, well. I don't know how to turn down that sound. That sound, even if I have my headphones pretty low, it's like that is a very loud sound. Anyways, thank you so much, Umbe. Didn't feel like producing the day, but this stream always helps me get out of a rut. Can't thank you enough. Oh, buy more lemons with this. Oh, I will. They're actually at Albertsons right now. They're a sack $4 or $5. Not joking. So I'll buy a whole sack. I do need to blend through the leftover lemons I have. Realistically, Umbe, I mean, it doesn't matter. $5 is just going into the pool of like money in my bank account, right? And so who knows which $5 is going to get used on something. But I need to buy a new silicone ice tray, so I might use that for that because I need more ice trays to store the lemon juice in. Do you have Streamlabs? I do have Streamlabs, Mini Ninja. Yes, and I can go into settings and turn it down. But you know me. If it's broke, don't fix it. Use my Lush money to get yourself some Little Caesars. Indeed. I got extra asbestos yesterday, really late at night because I had been working on stuff and I didn't eat. I got an extra asbestos, which I'm not a fan of usually, and it was actually okay. I think I just realized that if I'm getting an extra asbestos, it means that I can only eat like 2 slices of pizza before I start feeling sick. And when I usually get Little Caesars, I'm used to eating like 4 to 6 slices and feeling okay. So, anywho, that's extra information that nobody really needed. Thank you, Alpha and Mini Ninja, for being little chat warriors today. I'm gonna start calling people chat warriors. If somebody's like particularly like loud in the chat, I'm just gonna call you chat warrior from now on. But thank you. Do really did appreciate you guys. These streams are always a little bit more difficult for me, particularly because I know the nature of like kind of the nature of me sitting down and just building songs can be almost like hypnotic, therapeutic, boring, mundane, whatever adjective you want to put on it. It can be like not as engaging. So people usually don't say anything in the chat. People just kind of chill. But I always appreciate things popping up in the chat because it like keeps me active. It's really weird. It's super simple. It's like somebody putting on a TV in the background while they're working on stuff. Having the chat like going and doing things in the background helps me stay productive and active. You're welcome for the upbeat music, Alpha. That covers everything that we were doing today. I'm going to do a quick run through of Dropout as per always. This is the close. This is the stream's closing theme at this point now. At some point, guys, Dropout is going to come out. This song is going to release, and then I don't know what I'm gonna have to find for a new stream outro, but I know Skylark is the official stream outro, but this is always like the last project I played before ending the stream. And look at how beautiful it is now. It looks like little Legos. I got everything all colored in. Nice. This is definitely not the new outro, Alpha. The outro will remain Skylark. Guys, I'm actually looking forward to next Friday because I feel like we started a lot of really promising projects in this particular in the studio edition of Morning Medley. Thank you everybody for being here. Just want to remind you guys I do have several collections of workout. Nice Dream is released. Love Dream is released. Speed Dream is released. Daydream is released. Lush Dream is released. Ego Death is released. Quick Breath is released. Signals is released. House of Omni is released. Tall Tales is released. And a slew of a bunch of remixes and singles are also released. What are we on over here? I'm not going to do it. You can find those things on Bandcamp, SoundCloud, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, Google Play, Amazon MP3, Tidal, Groove, Deezer, Pandora, Napster, and YouTube. We're on YouTube right now, so make sure to check out my Quarantine series, which is a series of short, little dancey, energetic tracks that I've made featuring some videos that I've shot in and around my room. Thank you, Mini Ninja, for listening to Let's Stream. As far as shows, tours, merch, and all of that stuff, there's really nothing to announce right now, guys. I'm not going to be self-releasing anything until next year. I'm just kind of focusing on building up a nice little library of music and keeping work done. If you guys would like to participate in Morning Medley in the studio again, it happens on every Friday at 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you just want to come into one of the Monday through Thursday streams, those are quite a bit shorter. I'm usually playing over there at the piano by my bed. It's much more of kind of like a guerrilla setup, and it's more chill, maybe more conversation oriented. But thank you everybody for being part of this one. I'm gonna play Hush Hour, which is the last piece of music I play in every Morning Medley, and then we'll get the goodbyes in. If you have any last remaining questions or comments, try to get them in before I finish Hush Hour, because I am gonna close up pretty quickly after that. That song's called Hush Hour. I will see you guys in 3 days for Morning Medley number 216 on Monday at 9 a.m. Thank you guys for being respectful to me and polite to each other. Please enjoy your weekend. And Cyber, start a party. And then add me to it. Yes. Final answer. Abo, everybody.